Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon. I'm glad that everyone is here, and we're ready to go. Today is a good day. It's the final phase of the Daytopia University tournament, and I'm super excited about this particular phase because we're making business leaders already. So, particularly, I'm excited. We have all our mentors in the room, and we have our presenters as well in the room. Okay, as mentors, don't forget to just keep an eye on the teams presenting. We are here to pick the best team that actually gives us a good analysis of that company. So we've got 5 companies that the teams have been randomly given to analyze. We've got MTN, we've got Dangote Group, we've got Nesto, we've got Seblat, and we've got, what's the last one? Sorry, can someone remind me of the last one? Oh my goodness.
Did you mention MTN?
Yes, I did. MTN. What's the other one?
Seplat. I can't remember myself. Let me check.
So sorry about this. Just going to open it. Yeah. So I've got Zenith Bank. Yeah, sorry. That's Zenith Bank. So the final company is Zenith Bank. The first team that we have here that would be analyzing Nesto would be Footmina and University of Lokoja. So both team will be giving us a critical analysis of the company, and then the mentors will decide which of the group actually did a good and a fine analysis of the company. All right, so we're going to dive into it quickly. I don't want us to waste time today. Do we have both teams here, Footmina and Federal University of Lokoja? Please just indicate if we've got both. Can both teams just indicate that we have them here? Okay, Footmina is here. And do we have Federal University of Lokoja here? Okay, just a minute. This is quite strange. Okay, I'm just going to give them 2 minutes for them to join. Do we have Federal University of Lokoja here, please? I can see Miriam on the line. Miriam.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon. All right, so are you guys ready to have your presentation now?
No, we're joining very soon. They're not online yet.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is Footmina, are you guys okay to go first?
Good afternoon, ma. Yes, we are ready to go.
All right, perfect. All right, so we'll have Footmina go first, and then we'll have Federal University of Lokoja. Please, Federal University of Lokoja, if after Footmina finish their presentation, you guys are not ready, automatically the full point goes to Federal University to Footmina, and that's the rule of the game. You have to be online 20 minutes before your presentation. So once they're done with their presentation and you are not here, the full mark goes to them. All right, Footmina, you guys can start now. Your time starts now.
Yes, ma. Sorry, ma. Please, can you help us project our slides?
Okay. Can the Mr. Daytopia, can you enable me to share the slides, please? Saying host has stopped me from sharing.
I've just made you the host.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, I'm just going to bring up their slides. 1 minute, please.
Sorry, ma. We sent it to your WhatsApp, so in case you're having difficulty.
Ma, please, if there's a way members can share slides so we can share it directly from our end.
Yeah, just a minute. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm just going to enable everyone as well. But yeah, I've got the slides, okay. I'm just going to share it. Can you guys see my screen, please?
Not yet, ma. Yes, ma. Thank you, ma.
All right,
Okay,
all
good
right,
afternoon.
okay. I'm going to mute myself and then you guys can start. There's a little bit of background where
Thank
you
you,
are,
ma'am.
please. There's a little bit of background where you are. Sorry, background noise.
Yes, ma. Sorry, ma. I'm stuck in traffic.
Okay, all right, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
You can start.
Okay, ma. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, judges. Good afternoon, my fellow team members and co-competitors. My name is Okikide Soladimiji from the Federal University of Technology, Futuminam, and today we'll be presenting, a case study on Nestle Nigeria PLC. We have 40 members: Utaji John Moses, Oda Kingsley, myself, Okikide Soladimiji, and Ebenezer Elijah, who is our team leader. Next slide, please, ma'am. Sorry, my next slide, please. Thank you, ma'am. Nestle Nigeria PLC is one of the largest food and beverage companies in Africa. For over 57 years, Nestle Nigeria has been delighting consumers in Nigeria with high-quality, nutritious food products. With a staff strength of over 2,300 direct employees, 3 manufacturing sites, 8 branch offices, and a head office located in Lagos, the company produces and markets several iconic brands, including Maggi, Milo, Goldemon, Nescafe, and Nestle Pure Life. Nestle's purpose is enhancing quality of life and contributing to a healthier future. The company contributes to society while ensuring the long-term success of its business. Every day, they touch millions of lives across their business, from the farmer who produces the grains to the family who enjoys nutritious food in their home. They also unlock the power of food to enhance quality of life for everyone today and for generations to come. Nestle Nigeria PLC was founded in 1961 by Moriko Alakon Janji Singh, which were the key founders. They are into manufacturing, marketing, distribution of food products, and purified water. Nestle Nigeria PLC of Switzerland owns about 43% of the company's equity. Nestle Nigeria PLC manufacturing complex is located at Agbara Industrial Estate in Ogun State. The company history began in 1866 with the foundation of the Anglo-Swiss Condensed Milk Company. Henry Nestle developed a breakthrough infant food in 1867, and in 1905 the company was founded. He founded merges with Anglo-Swiss to form what is now known as the Nestle Group. Nestle Nigeria PLC is associated with the Nestle Group, the single largest food company in the world, and is known worldwide for its top products. Next slide, please. Thank you, ma'am. Nestle operates in 2 segments: food segment and beverage segment. The food segment ranges from Maggi to Cerelac to SMA to NAN to Lactogen and Golden. The beverage segment from Milo to Milo Energy Cube to Nescafe to Milo Ready to Drink and Nestle Pure Life, amidst others. They also include the production of Nestle Golden, Maggi, Nestle Ideal, Nestle Nido Milk, Nestle Milo, Nescafe, Nestle Carnation, Nestle Gloria, and Nestle Cerelac. Their head office is located at 22 to 24 Industrial Avenue, Ilupeju, Lagos, PMB 21164 Ikeja, in Lagos State, Nigeria. And the main industry they operate from is the food processing industry. Right now, I will leave to Elijah to continue from here. Next slide, please, ma'am.
Recently, Nestle admitted that its overvalued size of African growing middle class has daunted US food group Kellogg's from expanding its presence in the continent. The world's biggest cereal maker last week announced plans for a $450 million joint venture with Singapore's Tolaram Group to develop breakfast food and snacks for the West African market, with the focus on Nigeria. The deal comes on a multinational consumer group, including Unilever and Diageo, are increasing their investment in the Nigeria unit in an effort to capture the country's price-conscious shoppers and help boost their profits. McKinsey estimates that Nigeria household with incomes are more than $5,000 a year will increase from 20% of the population to 27% by 2020, putting them within a target customer base of formal retail chains. The size of the economy, its growth rate and change demographics were the reason Nigeria was the right first move, said Kellogg's. And we have found a suitable partner, Kellogg's speaking to Nestle. But the slowdown in Nigeria's economy fueled by the collapse in the price of crude oil and the weakening naira has hurt customer spending, creating a tough business environment for Kellogg's and other rivals pushing into the market. Nestle has invested close to $1 billion in Africa over the past decade, said in June that the turnover in the region has failed to deliver in line with initial growth forecasts set out in 2008, when it stepped into an expansion in the region. As a result, the Swiss-based group is cutting 12% of its workforce in 21 countries across the continent, excluding South Africa, which much of this population still focus on quantity rather than quality of staples. Much of Kellogg's success will be in pricing its products correctly. Their mission of good food, good life is to provide consumers with the best tasting, most nutritious choices in the wide range of food and beverage categories and eating occasion from morning to night. Their vision and values are to be the leading competitive nutrition, health, and wellness company, delivering improved shareholder value by being a preferred corporate citizen, preferred employer, preferred supplier, selling preferred product. The major positional leaders they have are as follows: the executive leadership, the non-executive chairman, the chief executive officer or managing director, the finance and control director, the company secretary or legal advisor, the executive director, the market head of Nestle, and non-executive amidst others. Kellogg's, which also makes Pop-Tarts and Pringles crisps, said that rather than increase in cereal offering, it will aim to push its lower-end products to consumers in open-air markets in Nigerian cities such as Lagos. The efforts to move the US food group products far and wide should be enabled by Tolaram Nigerian distributor multi-pro 250,000 touch points. I'll be handing over to the next on the line as to who takes the baton from here.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah. So now, the strengths of Nestle indicate what a business excel and what sets it apart from competition, such as strong brands, a dedicated client base, a strong balance sheet, or distinctive technology, people, culture, values, and attitude. According to Harvard University, the main reason behind Nestle's unparalleled success is as a result of multicultural attitude. This multicultural attitude helps to add value to its products and value chain. Unmatched geographical presence. With a history of more than 160 years, this company offers a wide range of food and beverage options to its customers. Nestle operates in over 190 countries worldwide and has 500 factories and has around 400,000 people working under them. Unmatched research and development capabilities. Nestle invests $1.6 billion every year in R&Ds, and this has the most advanced science and innovation technology in the food industry. Nestle has a team of 4,000 scientists and specialists leading Nestle has a team of 4,000 scientists and specialists leading them towards success through scientific research and fast innovation. Unmatched product and brand portfolios. Nestle has the largest range of food and beverage products in the world. Consumers of Nestle products include everyone, from an infant to an old person. Nestle products have been successful at creating remarkable customer loyalty. Decentralization. Nestle is a strong advocate of buying raw materials for its products from local areas. It can only help the local farmers in the region, but also boost the economy, resulting in the overall development of the place. Weaknesses of Nestle. A company's weakness keeps it from realizing its greatest potential. A bad brand, higher than average turnover, high level of debt, an inadequate supply chain, or a lack of capital are examples of areas where the company has to improve to stay competitive. Nestle has faced criticism over selling contaminated food, high water usage, and other unethical practices. Nestle has faced a lot of negative media coverage of it. Most recently, they were heavily criticized for using lead in the production of Maggi. Some of the allegations that Nestle faced are as follows: unfair marketing of baby formula, support privatization of water, demanding debt repaying from a permanent stock country, misleading labeling, sourcing materials from supplier, practicing child and forced labor, anti-unionism, contaminated food because even after taking strict measures to ensure that best quality of food, as well as instances of contaminated food being sold. This does not help the company with its public image and has suffered some backlash from the public in the past. I will now hand over to Kit for the concluding part.
The opportunities for Nestle. Opportunities are windows of opportunity or possibilities for something good to happen, but the company must fix them. Clear and accurate labeling indicating any harmful products. Almost 62% of consumers are more likely to choose products that are free of any harmful products. Today, the consumers have become conscious of their health, and Nestle can use this opportunity by branding itself as the most healthy option in the market. Transparency in material sourcing. Consumers today make buying decisions on whether the product is sustainable and if the product has adverse effects on the environment. Being transparent in material sourcing can help Nestle build a good brand image. RTD tea and RTD coffee market. Nestle does not have any ready-to-drink tea or coffee products. This sector is dominated by small companies. Nestle can use these resources to capture this untapped market. Now, the last thing, these are the threats to Nestle. Anything that potentially harms your firm from the outside, such as supply chain issues, market shifts, or a shortage of recruitment, is considered a threat. It's critical to foresee threats and take action before becoming a victim and stagnating your growth. Cutthroat competition in the beverage and food industries. The increased competition in the food and beverage industry has posed a threat to Nestle. This industry is one of the most profitable as well as competitive industry. And changing climate conditions will also affect the production of coffee. With this, we come to the end of the SWOT analysis of Nestle. Now we conclude what we have discovered and learned so far. Nestle has, next slide please, ma'am. The concluding slide. No, yes, ma'am, thank you. Nestle has come a long way and it has become one of the most recognizable brands in the world. Nestle has been successful in creating brand loyalty and building trust in the consumer's mind. Nestle has also consciously and continuously changed with the ever-changing choices and preferences of people all over the world. They still have some obstacles to pass and have a lot of opportunities to grow, but we are sure that Nestle will overcome these obstacles and maintain its position as one of the best in the world. Regardless of what the product actually is. Most vertically integrated companies have a leg up on the competition because they can often offer lower cost to higher quality products to consumers. Nestle is one of that brand, and we see them as a 22nd century changing brand. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. We have come to the end of this.
Thank you very much, Tim Footmina. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. All right, so I'm going to call on the, oh my goodness. Thank you very much. Just a minute, please. All right, Ridwan, I don't know if you're able to talk. Do you have any feedback for this team, please?
Hi, Dr. Jimmy. Good afternoon. No, good afternoon, everyone. Before I give my feedback, just to ask again, what was the expectation from this round of presentation? Because I want to know exactly what they are trying to analyze with this company.
Okay,
Sorry, sir, I didn't get that question, sir.
No, I think the question is for Mr. Daytopia. It's not for you. Sorry, Okiki.
Okay, okay.
Dewale, are you online?
Yes, sorry, I'm just back.
Hello, we can't hear you well, so I don't know. So Ridwan is asking for what is our expectation with regards to this company analysis? What exactly, I think, what are the boundaries? Where, what exactly do we want them to do?
Yes. I hear you now.
Yes. All right. So this phase is just so the company analysis is just a basic analysis of the company. So I recommended recent within the last 5 years to tell us, to link financial with non-financial information. So take a look at their financial information and see how you can see what recent news information you can use to justify or to explain what has happened within the last 5 years in that company. Right. So the basic company analysis, no need for valuation. It's just to analyze what is happening with the company recently within the last 5 years.
Okay. Thank you. So I just wanted to have a sense of the expectation before I give my comments. I don't want to. Maybe I have very high expectations from what I expect from them, but I just want to know how to moderate my expectation from this round of presentation. So, okay, so that's noted. Sorry, what team is this? Put me now, right? Okay. So
yes,
first of all, okay. So first of all, well done to you guys. You guys have done some research and it's so straight to the point here. I think and I don't want you guys to take this negatively. The presentation was boring. It wasn't. It was not. It wasn't engaged to me. It wasn't engaging. At some point, I had to force myself to focus on what you guys were saying. It was boring. And when you're doing company analysis, I mean, you kept on talking about the history of the company. That is not what exactly you should be doing. If you are going to talk about the history of the history of the company alone took maybe like a third of the presentation. You was just a waste of time. If you want to talk about history of the company, go ahead, do it within max 1 minute. You are done with that, and then move on to other things. I didn't know what the topic was. I've not read anything about Nestle, but I can tell you some important things about Nestle now that you guys didn't mention, and those are important. So if you are going to do analysis about the company, you need to mention landmark achievements of the company. In fact, you probably need to talk about their position within their industry. Is Nestle number one in their industry? What is their competitive level? Nestle is a public company. I hope you guys know. If it's a public company where I can tell you for free now, you guys can research. Nestle is, I think, one of the top five um one of the top five biggest companies in Nigeria based on market capitalization. So you probably would have mentioned something like that. And then you also need to talk about their financial performance. If you are being restricted to, let's say, 5 years or 10 years or whatever, you have to talk about financial performance. Let us know how they're doing. Are they doing well? What's their profitability level? Maybe not in depth information, but just talk about it and they can bounce. But you just look like you guys were just reading the history of the company from one textbook or from one site, and then you said you've analyzed the company. So that's not a good way to analyze the company. So you need to talk about the financial analysis, talk about the non-financial part. So it's good to mention their product, their history, blah blah blah. It's good, but those should not take a major part of the presentation. It shouldn't take more than 2 minutes for everything. Then talk about other important and other landmark achievements. Have they done any mergers and acquisition? Did they issue any bond? Did they raise any capital? Where are they in terms of the market competition in their industry? I think Nestle is number one in their industry based on market capitalization. So you can mention some of all these things. These are things that add to your presentation, and then they show that you've done your own research about this company. So I think you guys didn't really do enough to do justice to this analysis. So just learn from this and then improve for future purpose. So well done, guys. You guys have tried, but I think you guys could have been a lot better. So that'll be all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ridwan. So somebody was saying that they're giving full expo, but the truth is that they are presenting immediately after you. Whatever feedback they've given, it wouldn't be of much use to their work in any way, because their presentation is their presentation. Their slide is already their slides. They can't change it now. They are presenting now. All right. So quickly, yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say, Redon has already said it, but I was just going to emphasize on it that company analysis, I realize you spend so much time giving us information that we could easily find online. There was very little analysis done, and you didn't put any financial information in it. You didn't analyze any financial information in it. Their revenue, expenses, things like that, we didn't see it there. So just Footmina, we don't really have a lot of economists there, or I think most of them are science students. So just something to keep in mind whenever again you have to analyze the company. Right. Okay then. But well done to you guys. Well done. At least you tried. Well done.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So I was going to say that whatever feedback they give, and even if they're going to Google it, it's not going to make much impact because it won't have any in-depth. All right, I'm just going to quickly go into the presentation for full. That's Federal University of Lokoja. I hope all the teams are here, please.
Yes, ma'am, we're here.
All right. And are you projecting your slides from your hand? I'm just going to.
Yes, ma'am. Kifaya would do that. Kifaya, please can go ahead.
Ma'am, please, I don't have the permission.
I'm just going to do that, please. Yeah, right. Try it now.
Okay. Okay, I want to confirm you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right, so I will be starting. Okay.
Please, can you enlarge it?
Yeah, sure. That's why we'll be starting now.
All right, your time starts now.
We currently live in the most plentiful time known to mankind. But in the past, our ancestors had to spend most of their waking hours tirelessly working for their food. However, Today, we are just one click away from an endless delicious and nutritious food and beverages. Good day, mentors, mentees, and everyone present here today. I am Modupe Zubal, and here with me is Miriam Ibrahim, Joseph Obadofin, and Abdulsalam Abdulrazak, all representing Federal University Lokoja. We will be presenting an extensive company analysis for Nestle Nigeria PLC, one of the fastest FMCG industry and the number one in its industry. Having established this necessary foundation, Miriam will take us back in time on how Nestle Nigeria has evolved.
Thank you very much, Modupe. Nestle is the largest food company in the world in terms of revenue. It's a Swiss company established in 1866 by its founder, Henry Nestle. While its main foray is food and drinks, it has hundreds of products, nearly 2,000. Some of its famous products and brands include Maggi, Milo, Nescafe. It operates 401 factories in 86 countries, employing nearly 339,000 people worldwide. Its products are available in 191 countries of the world. It's a leading researcher in the field of nutritional science and invests nearly 1.5 billion francs yearly on research and development. Nigerian Nestle's brand, being among the 191 countries, was established in 1961 and was named Nestle Products Nigeria. In 1969, the name was reviewed to Food Specialist Limited, and in 1979, the company was listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange market. In 1971, the company's product, which was previously imported, was locally produced, and this led to the establishment of the Maggi seasoning packaging plant in Lagos. In 1991, the company's name was changed to Nestle Nigerian PLC, and it has retained this name till date. Ladies and gentlemen, history has never been wrong, and this has proven Nestle's consistency, innovation, mission to upholding the standard food and beverage brand. Absalam will walk us through a headway on Nestle products.
Thank you, Mariam. For over 100 years now, Nestle Nigerian PLC has been nourishing consumers with healthy nutrition as stated in its mission to promote good food, good life. The company's products are strategically positioned under food and beverage segments. Stay tuned as you watch this video.
Nestle is one of the largest food companies in the world that owns over 2,000 brands globally and over 8,000 products. Their product varies across powdered and liquid beverages, pet care, prepared dishes and cooking aid, milk products and ice cream, confectionaries, water products. Nestle Nigeria is positioned with a mission to providing good food, good life, and a vision to being the leading competitive nutrition, health, and wellness company. Core values are shaped around quality assurance, product safety, and product integrity. Their top brands are Milo, Golden Moon, Nescafe, Cerelac, and Maggi.
As posted in the video, Nestle has a wide range of users ranging from infants to toddlers and even adults. This has strengthened their market segment as well as competitive structure in being the market king. Joseph would walk us through a brief profile on Nestle Nigeria and its competitors.
Thank you, Abdulsalam. Nestle, as it stands, faces a cutthroat competition with Cadbury, Unilever, Flour Mills of Nigeria, UAC of Nigeria, among others. But for the purpose of our financial analysis, we'll be comparing Cadbury and Unilever to Nestle in order to see its true picture among its peers. Let's sit back and get the ball rolling. Nestle's revenue has been a little consistent over the years compared to its competitors, as we couldn't find any sharp decline or increase in its revenue, except for maybe 2021, where there was a spike in revenue growth rate by 22.6%. Two things must have impacted this high growth in revenue, and this will be firstly the price, and secondly, definitely the volume of sales. However, we believe that this high revenue in 2021 is due to inflationary prices, as you will also get to realize while going further with our analysis. Now, looking at its competitors' revenue growth rate, Unilever experienced a sharp decline of 36.5% and 13.7% in its revenue in 2019 and 2020 respectively. This was the first big loss since 2013, which was triggered by the coronavirus pandemic and the resultant decrease in consumer spending pattern. During this period, it was reported by Business Day that 38% of workers stopped working due to disruptions across sectors. But still, why is Cadbury and Nestle doing better despite the pandemic that occurred? Let's take a look at this. In 2016, following the recession that occurred, there was a shift in consumer demand patterns in favor of other brands. As a result, many FMCG, that is, this was the exact case of Unilever, as many consumers prefer to purchase low-cost products. For instance, Unilever are the producers of non-Maggi, which is currently 13 naira per one at retail price. But there are other seasonings that are cheaper than this. More so, World Bank has also estimated that 40.1% of Nigerians are living below poverty line. And considering this, so many Nigerians will opt for a less costly product like that of Nestle while leaving Unilever products. But revenue doesn't say it all. With this, I want you to listen as Modupe will walk us through the cost aspect of this company and its peers.
Thank you, Joseph. Looking at the cost sales margin, Nestle is performing far better than its peers. From 2019 to 2020, we've seen an increase in Nestle's cost of sales margin by 58.5%. And from 2020 to 2021, we've seen a 62.5% increase in the company's cost of sales margin. Based on our observation of the financial statement, this overall high cost was triggered by high cost of raw materials and other direct expenses. Though many researchers, like CSL stockbrokers, predicted a lower cost of sales for this company. However, inflationary trend in the cost of raw materials and also the unstable local currency didn't make the analyst assumptions manifest. In addition, Cadbury recorded high cost of sales profile from 78 to 83% and to 84% in 2019, 2020, and 2021 respectively. On the other hand, Unilever recorded the highest cost of sales among its peers. Therefore, within a 5 years period that we studied, Nestle Nigeria is still doing better based on its lower cost of production that it has among this industry, in its industry. Also, let's look at other key performance index to get a clearer picture of its profitability. All of the companies studied, including Nestle Nigeria PLC, witnessed low gross profit margin from 2019 to 2020, with Unilever having the lowest gross profit margin and Nestle being at the peak. This is as a result of high direct costs that was triggered by high inflation rates in Nigeria. Also, the sharp decline in Unilever gross margin is not only attributed to high cost of sales, but also internal inefficient management, as it was stated by Business Day News. So now, we will be walking you through the overall profitability, which will be done by Miriam.
Thank you very much, Modupe. We checked the overall profitability using net profit margin metric. And from the graph, we can deduce a reduction in Nestle net profit margin. From 2019 to 2020, there was a 2.4 decrease from 16.1% to 13.7%, and a 2.3% decrease from 2020 to 2021. We realized that this was as a result of high operating expenses, of which Kayode Tokede on Business Day News affirmed that high cost of sales and operating expenses are the major two financial parameters that has weakened Nestle's productivity over the year. Also, Cadbury experienced a low net profit margin, which is also attributed to high cost of raw materials and indirect expenses. Lastly, Unilever negative growth was expected as the company couldn't generate much revenue. In addition, the company experienced a rising cost, majorly in 2019 and 2020. But in 2021, the firm grew moderately with a 4.8% net profit margin growth rate in 2020. Unilever achieved this by reinvesting in its brand while enhancing secondary sales and also ensuring adequate liquidity. Ladies and gentlemen, our financial analysis show that all companies studied by us follow a similar trend pattern, except for Unilever, who witnessed a strong negative downturn. For instance, our company witnessed a growth rate in profit from 2017 to 2019. However, from 2019 to 2021, there was a downward trend. But overall, Nestle Nigerian PLC is performing better than its peers, as it has the highest market capitalization of 923.06 billion in the industry, as well as the highest profit in all of the year's studies. Abdisalam will walk us through the SWOT analysis.
Thank you, Mariam. Now to the SWOT analysis. Firstly, its strength. Nestle Nigeria has a global presence Nestle Nigeria as a global princess, being a company available in over 100 countries. 100 countries. Also, the company has been working through increasing traceable way of sourcing raw material locally. For instance, Victoria Wadoka, the corporate communication and public affairs manager of Nestle, has stated that the firm inputs 80% local raw materials into production. Now, its weakness. One of the Nestle major weakness is high cost of advertisement, which increasing marketing costs and consequently causing a high risk associated with shareholders' return. Now, its opportunity. The firm is diverse. The firm is a diverse firm as it produces various products ranging from food to beverages. Lastly, its threat. We have climate change. Changes in climate has over time impacted Nestle product raw material. For example, coffee and dairy are affected by climate change and rising in competition. Nestle products competes with numerous local and international players. As such, it is always at risk of losing its existing customer base. Also, let's look at how the firm is performing based on ESG in comparison with its competitors. And the highlight will be done by Modupe.
Abdusalam, thank you very much. In terms of environmental impact, Nestle Nigeria collaborated with WeCycles, a recycling company that helped to collect and recycle plastic waste in order to build a friendly environment. And this project has decreased unemployment and empowers people to be a part of a waste-free future. Also, the company has a vision of providing environment sustainable practice by transiting from plastic packaging to sustainable packages in 2025. In terms of social, the company has launched a youth-focused initiative in August 2021 to mark the International Youth Day. This alliance is strategically positioned to impact 250,000 young Nigerians with employability and entrepreneurial skills in the next 3 years. They have also volunteered to train, teach, and mentor secondary schools across Nigeria. Also, in April 2021, Nestle Nigeria donated 700 million as its corporate social responsibility towards COVID-19 response. And lastly, its corporate governance. Nestle Nigeria has over time proven its interest in solidifying its long-term growth portfolio. For instance, the broad structure is headed by diversified expert corporate management team. For instance, we have Wasim El Husseini as the managing director, Jagdish Kumar as the director of finance and control, and Mr. Ibukun Olu as the executive director and factory manager, Mr. Bode Ayeku as the company's legal advisor, and other independent non-executive directors. It's to be noted that all of these individuals came from various fields like chemistry, mathematics. As such, this put the firm in a more better position. In addition, Nestle Nigeria has the highest ESG rating with 94% high compared to Unilever rating of 49% low, and no completed rating for Cadbury as reported by CSR Hub. Ladies and gentlemen, based on our extensive qualitative and quantitative analysis, we believe that Nestle Nigeria has a brighter future and has been working towards its vision of producing quality and cost-effective goods for both the rich and the poor. Thank you, as we are now open for the Q&A session.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You guys are right on time. Thank you very much. Okay, so just to have the same level of feedback, I'm going to ask Ridwan again to give you his feedback, please.
Dr. Jimmy, God will bless you. God will bless you. Yeah, so once again, I have to say this is a brilliant presentation. I don't even know, there's even almost no fault in this presentation. This is exactly how to analyze a company, which is what I was telling the other team. You cannot analyze the company and not tell us about the financial. So these guys have done a good job talking about the revenue in the last 5 years, the PBT in the last 5 years, and you must always do competitive analysis. You just need to do it. It's part of how you analyze the company. How are they doing relative to their competitors? You don't need to talk about all their competitors. You can talk about their major competitors. If I'm going to analyze a bank, a tier one bank, say I want to analyze First Bank, right? I need to analyze First Bank along, with other tier one banks, GT. That's just the way you do proper analysis of the company. How do you know if a company is doing well if you don't compare them with their competitors? So you just need to bring that information to the fore. So these guys, they've done a very good job to do the competitive analysis. I can see they also talked about their market capitalization being the highest capitalized company within their industry, which is these are information that we need to see. These are information we need to hear, not talking about the history of the company for half of the presentation. So if you want to do a proper analysis of the company, yes, talk about them, but you shouldn't dwell much on the history and talk about their performance. How have they done? How are they doing relative to competitor? Which is what these guys have done. So I have to tell you guys that you have very good slides, yeah. You have very strong presenter, and all of you together as a team, you've done a very good job with this analysis. And there's something that someone mentioned, I think it was Joseph that mentioned it, and I like that, but I thought I was going to speak more on it, but he didn't speak so much on it again. But I just like the fact that you even mentioned it. So when you're talking about the increase in revenue in 2021, you said it was because of inflationary pressure, right? I thought you were going to educate us more on it. I understand what you're trying to say, but for the benefit of others, I thought you were going to just expatiate more on it so people understand what you meant by inflationary pressure. But the presentation was good, almost no fault. I mean, I don't have anything to any other area of improvement for you guys. You guys have done a very good job. So to round up my comment, I wanted to give a prize for one person, but I think I will have to increase it to two now. One for an individual prize and a team prize. These guys have done very well. So I hope others can beat these guys' performance, and so let's see how the competition goes. So well done, guys. I wish you guys all the best.
Thank you very much, Ridwan.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I was going to say personally, I like the fact that you incorporated the corporate social responsibility of the company. And I feel like many of us talk about analysis and we actually forget about that part, which is actually a very major determinant when it comes to sales anyways. Many of us as customers look at what the companies are actually contributing back into the society, which is really, really good. The only thing I don't like, and I'm not going to buy Nestle anymore, is because there's gender inequality in their executive. Like, why would we just have two women there? That's gross inequality. And I don't like that about it. But yeah, your presentation was good aside that. Adetayo, you said you had a question. Do you want to quickly ask a question?
I have asked, Dr. Jumi, I've asked,
Okay.
Any concern for the company?
Okay, all right. Is somebody going to answer that quickly, please?
Sorry, I don't get a question.
Any going concern for the company? Is there anything that is like a going concern for the company?
Okay, sir, if I got a question right, like you're asking if there is anything the company is looking forward to in future, right?
Anyhow you interpret it, let me have your view first.
So going concern is if they have any issue that might make them stop operating. So that will make them stop being a going concern. So
why are you helping them now, doctor? Don't leave them now. I just want to test what they have done.
Okay, to the question, the answer is the increase in inflationary rates and unfavorable economic environment rather.
All right, thank you.
Let's move on.
Let's go.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, mentors. Thank you. I beg, leave
Well,
this thing.
well done, guys. Well done, guys. I
Well done
really
to both.
enjoyed it.
Well done to both teams. To be honest, I learned so much about the history of the company from the first team because they gave a lot of in-depth. They told us a lot of story about the company, and this Federal University of Lokoja gave us so much about the financials and the analysis. So both teams have done a very, very good job. Congratulations to both teams. All right. So quickly, we're going to go on to the next team that would be presenting today. Just a minute, please. So please, mentors, please don't forget to send in your scores. All right. Do we have OAU and Unsuka Beta here?
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon, Ceci. Good afternoon. It's a delight. It's a delight to hearing Ceci's voice all the time.
Ma'am, don't know presenting for OAU.
Okay. All right. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, all of them said they won't be available today. They gave me 9 minutes if I didn't know what to do today.
Okay, that's all right. And do we have Nsuka Beta here?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. All right. Who would go first? Sorry? Who's going first?
We'll go first. Okay.
All right. So let's have Nsuka Beta go first, please. So Nsuka Beta are going to be analyzing, Nsuka Beta and OAU are going to be analyzing the company Dangote. So they'll be giving us a full analysis on that company, and then the mentors can all send in their feedbacks and their gradings at the end of their presentation. Thank you. All right, you guys can share your slides now. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon. But can you make your slides a full screen slide, please?
All right. I think it's full already. All right.
No.
Mark, can you see it well now?
It's still, I think you might need to turn your phone around. It's still small.
I've turned it around.
Okay. All right, you can start your presentation.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so my name is Prevail. So I'm taking the representative of UNN in data. I'll be taking the company analysis on Dangote Group. First, we'll be discussing on the history of Dangote Group, and then we'll also talk about some of its mission statements and some of their corporate responsibility over the
All right,
years.
please, sorry, can you stop, please? This is a presentation, it's not a discussion. Please, we need you to present because you seem like you're having a conversation with one of your bodies. So please, you're going to start again, but you're going to present. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prevail, representative of UNN in Beta. But this is a presentation on the company analysis of Dangote Group. So, talking about, we'll look at the corporate structure of Dangote Group, including its mission statement and its corporate responsibility, and also look at the financial statements of Dangote Group. So Dangote Group is a Nigerian multinational industry conglomerate that was founded by Aliko Dangote. It is the largest conglomerate in West Africa and one of the largest on the African continent. Now, this group employs more than 30,000 people generating revenue in excess of $4.1 billion. Now, the company was founded in 1981 as a trading enterprise, importing sugar, mint, rice, fisheries, and other consumer goods for distribution in the Nigerian market. Now, the group then moved into manufacturing in the early 1990s, starting with textiles, moving on to flour milling, salt processing, and sugar refinery by the end of the decade. Now, the company next moved into cement production, which became one of its growing and the most recognized product line, growing rapidly and moving into other African countries. Now, Dangote Group is a member of several global initiatives and alliances, and as such, Dangote Group aligns itself with sustainable pillars of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And the added value of these alliances is integrated into strategic 7 sustainable pillars, which are creating benefits for operations, shareholders, and communities. It is driven by the goal of achieving the highest level of governance. And the sustainability strategy also aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The UN SDGs are a call for action to promote prosperity while protecting the planet. And also, the 7 sustainability pillars of the Dangote Group, which are in line with the UN SDGs, as the financial pillar, the institutional pillar, the economic pillar, cultural pillar, operational pillar, environmental pillar, and the social pillar. In line with Dangote's group most fast rising product line, which is Dangote Smith, Dangote keeps to ensuring that ensuring a green world. As such, Dangote manages a carbon footprint. Now, since climate change is one of the major challenges of society in the 21st century, and Dangote Cement has a role to play in meeting this challenge, the company commits to improving its carbon footprint by following guidelines for monitoring and reporting processes using applicable protocols considered most relevant for the cement industry. Also, the company's climate response strategy is in line with the Paris Agreement of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Glasgow Climate Pact that was held at COP26. Moving forward, as part of our social responsibility, in 2021, in the aftermath of the COVID-19, Dangote moved to tackle COVID-19 in host communities. It ramped up fights against COVID-19 through several initiatives in the host communities of different plants in Nigeria and Pan-Africa. Activities ranging from supporting host communities, health centers with COVID-19 PPEs, direct PPE donations to host community members, and most importantly, increasing vaccination and drive, ensuring that eligible members of host communities are vaccinated. As a group and as a company, one of the pride of Dangote Group is empowering its employers, and as such, Dangote employees form the building block of all its accomplishments. The efforts of Dangote Group are channeled towards creating a workforce environment in which they're able to work to the best of their abilities and to unleash their full potential for the benefits. Dangote Group employee profile employs a diverse workforce that comprises professionals of different nationals, races, gender, age grade, educational level, religion, political affiliation, etc., which spread across all its locations in Nigeria and Pan-Africa. In 2021, Dangote Group reported a total staff strength of 9,508, a figure which excludes the transport division. Of this number, 8,726 are males and 782 are females. Also, the total 9,508 staff, 8,530 are permanent employees, while 571 are temporary employees, while 407 are expatriates. In line with making sure that best practices are always maintained, Dangote Group has a whistleblowing policy. Now, the whistleblowing policy is a formal, transparent whistleblower system that provides a framework for reporting suspected breaches of internal policies or laws and regulations regarding labor practices, anti-corruption, human rights, environmental issues,
societal impact issues, discrimination, money laundering, competition, and antitrust, and a whole wide range of many other issues that may pose a threat to its organization. The whistleblowing platform is independently managed by a third-party provider to ensure that there is impartiality, fairness, and objectivity of the process. Now, the confidentiality of the whistleblower is guaranteed and retaliation is strictly prescribed. That is on part of the the mission statement and the corporate social responsibility of Dangote Group. My colleague, Deborah Femo, will take on the financial analysis of Dangote Group of companies. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be giving the financial analysis of Dangote Group of companies, and this financial analysis will be based on the past 5 years. I'll be starting with the double-digit revenue growth. Dangote Cement recorded 2 consecutive growth in revenue in 2020 and 2021. The company grew by 33.79% and 15.98% to 1.38 trillion naira in 2021 and 1.03 trillion naira in 2020 respectively, the highest in the past 5 years. The growth in these 2 years is as a result of the increased demand from the housing sector and commercial construction, despite volatility in the landing cost of cement and clinker, especially in its Pan-African operations. Contrary to the growth in 2021 and 2020, the company saw a decline in revenue of 891 billion naira in 2019 and 901 billion naira in 2018. The aggressive capacity rollout. From 2016 to 2021, Dangote Cement installed capacity in Nigeria. Dangote Cement installed capacity in Nigeria increased from 29.2 million metric tons to 38.3 million metric, a compound annual growth rate of 5.5%. The rollout capacity in the rest of Africa has been a little slower, with installed capacity rising from 13.6 million metric tons to 16.3 million metric tons from 2016 to 2021, a CAGR of 3.7%. Dangote Cement sales growth in Nigeria has been driving an aggressive capacity rollout. Double-digit profit growth. The company's profit also increased by 32% in 2021 to 364.44 billion naira and grew by 37.68% in 2020 to 276 naira 0.7 billion from 200.52 billion naira in 2019. The company's profit grew the most in 2018 within the period under review by 91.1% to 390.33 billion naira and from 204.25 billion naira in 2017. The group has benefited from tax incentives granted by the federal government of Nigeria under the Pioneer Tax Status Scheme, which kept its effective tax rate below the statutory rate of 32% from 2016 to 2020, while in 2021, the effective tax rate was 32%. The profit margin. The profit margin is a financial ratio that shows how a company is able to turn as much as its revenue into profit. According to Business Day analysis, the net profit margin is measured as the net profit divided by revenue multiplied by 100. A higher profit margin shows the firm is more efficient in generating more profit from its revenue and vice versa. Business Day analysis shows that from 2016 to 2021, Dangote Cement turned more of its revenue to profit, most in 2018 by 43.31%. This declined in 2019 to 22.49%. However, it increased in 2020 to 26.69% and declined marginally to 26.33% in 2021. Debt to equity ratio. The ratio shows if a company is using more debt to finance its operation or equity. It is measured by dividing the total debt by total equity. If the debt to equity ratio is high, it means the company is usually more debt to finance its operation and vice versa. The company's yearly financial report shows that its debt to equity ratio declined to 0.23 in 2021 compared to 0.38 in 2020. The company had the lowest in 2018 compared to other years in the period under review. Comparison with our competitors. Nigerian cement industry appears to be tiling towards some form of oligopoly. Three companies, Lafarge Africa, Boa Cement, and Dangote Cement are the big boys. They generated a combined 1.5 trillion naira at a full year of 2020. Oozing class, while at it and displaying diverse degrees of efficiency. These are the gross earnings for 2020. Dangote Cement PLC got over 1.034 trillion naira. Lafarge Africa PLC got over 230.6 billion 230.6 billion naira. Boa Cement PLC got 209.4 billion naira. Why these are the profit after tax for the period? Dangote Cement got a profit of 276 billion naira. Lafarge Africa PLC got a profit of 30.8 billion naira. Boa Cement PLC got a profit of 72.3 billion naira. Boa Cement has been all round impressive, from the amount of consistency in dividends payments to delightful price earnings ratio. Share prices are many more. Essentially, the outcome of the scheme of the merger between Obu Cement and the Dangote Cement Company of the Northern Nigeria in 2020 established that Boa is the second largest cement company in Nigeria by volume. We'll be moving straight to the SWOT analysis. Dangote strength. The strength of Dangote looks at the key aspect of its business, which gives it competitive advantage in the market. Some important factors in a brand strength include its financial position, experienced workforce, product uniqueness, and its tangible assets like brand value. Below are the strengths in the SWOT analysis of Dangote Cement. Dangote is the largest company traded on the Nigeria Stock Exchange. It is Nigeria's largest producer of cement. It has a huge production capacity of around 20 metric tons. It has itself owned 3,000 trucks for cement supplies. It also owns world's largest cement factory in Abuja, Nigeria. Being a part of Dangote Group is one of the strongest points that Dangote Cement can leverage on. The weaknesses of a brand are certain aspects of its business which it can improve to increase its position further. Certain weaknesses can be defined as attributes which the company is lacking or in which the competitors are better. Here are the weaknesses of Dangote's analysis. With origin in 1992, it is new into the cement industry as compared to its worldwide competitors. It is a leader in Nigeria only, but as far as world presence is concerned, Dangote Cement has to work a lot on improving its international presence. Dangote Cement is not as renowned internationally as compared to its competitors. The opportunities of Dangote Group include the opportunities for Dangote Group is as follows. The opportunity for any brand can include areas of improvement to increase its business. A brand's opportunity can lie in geographic expansion, product improvement, better communication, etc. From the analysis with production of from the analysis with operations all around Africa, Dangote has a huge potential to increase its operation internationally by mergers and acquisitions, rising demands of its products in African countries. Dangote's main threat. The threat of any business can be factors which can negatively impact its business. Some factors like increased competitor activity, changing government policies, alternate products or services, etc. can be the threat. The threat in the
All right,
SWOT
guys.
analysis.
Sorry, can you just conclude, because your time, you're already 1 minute past your time. Can you just conclude, please?
All right, ma. It has been noted that Dangote's contributions to Nigerian economy has been monumental, and the impact has been felt in almost every sector of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nsuka and Betta, for your presentation. All right, so I'm just going to call on one of the mentors to give you a feedback, and I'm sure that Aditayo is itching to actually say something to the group.
Why would you say I'm itching?
I know you're itching to give them a feedback.
Seriously, you guys didn't bring your best outfits for this final. I don't know. I want to ask, is it that you guys have challenges with your slides, or your team is not working because it's like just two person that have been speaking. Now one person took like 10 minutes to talk and talk. It was even prompted to bring on the vibe, but he couldn't. What happened? Let me know so that I won't nail you before knowing what happened, guys.
All right. So my team, or yesterday, yes, we were thinking Kinsey was going to present with us, only for him to tell us yesterday that he would be traveling today. And then Chisom also told me on Thursday that he would not be able to present because his phone got bad. So yes, you are right. We didn't really bring out our best, sir, because my team was not really working. But
Well,
all those are
you said it yourself. Your team didn't work today. They didn't click at all. The slide was not to write home about. Dr. Yusuf, you are saying the slide wasn't moving. It's not that it wasn't moving. There is nothing in the slide. Absolutely nothing. So it's not that the slide wasn't moving. Well, anyways, good effort. But as you have always been encouraged by Dr. Jumi, you will always prepare that somebody will not be there. Thursday, today is Saturday, you should have done something. This is not good enough. You are just reading for us. It's like you're opening one textbook and you're just reading, no collaboration. In short, this is not a company analysis. It's just like you are reading the company and you're just telling us their autobiography. That's just it. You're not, you're focused on only the cement part of Dangote, of which I'm very sure Dangote has much more products than that. All the slide you presented, most of the images we cannot even read, and they don't even relate to Dangote per se. It's just like you brought them in to create a package, then you continue reading for us. And in short, you know that this is not good enough. No reasons for why their sales revenue, their equity, why it all declined. It was just a wishy-washy. I won't lie to you, this is not good enough. But thank you for presenting. At least you didn't decide not to come at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ridwan, you had your hands raised.
Okay, yes. So taking it from where Mr. Aditayo stopped, so I wanted to ask the same question he asked. I wanted to know if there was an issue, but from what you have said, but whatever it is, yeah, whether other team members were available or not, it's not an excuse, yeah. Are you telling me one person cannot do the same analysis that you just done? So if I was the only one to do an analysis of the company and I have to present on it, are you saying I can't do it alone without other people? You can't tell me that one person cannot do this analysis alone if other members were not available. So that's not even an excuse. You understand what I'm saying? One person can do this alone. I think the last competition we had individual presentation. People were presenting on different topics. So you can't tell me one person cannot present on that. That's not an excuse. If it was just one person that was available to do this presentation, you should have still done justice to it. It was almost as if you guys didn't do anything. It's a competition, it's a presentation. You have to be prepared for it. The both presenters, it was as if you guys were forced to come here. No, nobody forced you to even register for this competition. If you are going to be here, you have to give in your best. We spend time to come here. We are not being paid. I hope you guys know the mentors are not paid to even come here to come and help you guys. But we come here, spend valuable time so we can help improve you guys. But we cannot come here and then give a no-show performance. This is not acceptable. We can't be doing this. One person can do this same presentation, will do justice to it. Your presentation was too boring. I mean, we have said it. If other presenters were not available today, why don't you have a slide on financial performance? Why?
So they spell performance as performance.
And then people, unfortunately for them, even that slide of financial performance, you put performance there. It just shows that there was no proper due diligence. You guys need to any real work to your presentation. Nothing. And every other thing you were doing, you were reading from a book or from somewhere. Nothing on the slide. How can you give us a slide on financial performance and then there's no financials to show? And you're talking to us about it. What are you talking to us about? Something we cannot see. You cannot do presentation like that. You guys should learn from these sessions, okay? You are in school, you soon graduate and you get to the real world. You have to go to the real world and be prepared. Nobody is going to say, oh, you just finished from school. The real world is not going to be prepared to you. Nobody cares about how you just have to get it done. If you guys were really serious, you should have slides of financial performance. So you can't say the excuse of okay, they told you that they won't be available yesterday, but why didn't you have the slide? You should have that slide on financial performance. And if everybody, then maybe this one goes to everybody. If your team members will not be available, somebody should be prepared to take all the presentation. You can't tell me all your slides is too much for one person to take. It's not possible. The number of slides you guys have will not be more than 10, 15 pages. So one person cannot take 15 pages slides. Come on. So that excuse is not tenable. You guys everybody should be prepared. If your team members will not be available, one person should be. In fact, even if they will be available, still be prepared to take the presentation in case they have network issues. So please, that's not a good excuse. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ridwan. Thank you so much. So I'm not going to say anything more. I'm just going to call on Ceci. So Ceci is from Team OAU. Unfortunately, our team member, I think the same fate happened to the teams analyzing Dangote today. So Ceci is the one representing our team. Our other team members are not available. So let's hope that Ceci is able to do to present the analysis in a better way. All right, Ceci, are you projecting your slide?
No, ma'am, you help me project it, ma'am.
Okay, 1 minute, please.
I'm already available.
Ah, thank God. Welcome, Barnabas.
1 minute, please. Okay. OAU, did you send me your slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Susan said she did.
I'm just going to check if I have it because. Okay, yeah, fine. Yeah, I do have it. Sorry about that. Just give me 1 minute. All right, so apologies about that. So, Ceci, you said we have Barnabas here, so it's not just you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay, I'm just sharing my slide, what's it called now? My screen. Sorry, for some reason it's not just downloading. Just a minute, please. Probably it's my network or something. Okay. Dewale, are you able to share that slide from your hand? Because from my own end, I don't know, it's not going up.
Yeah, let me try.
Okay, thank you. For some reason, it's not going up from my end.
Is it in the email?
Yeah, it's in the email. I've also sent it to you as well.
It's not in the email.
Check, I've sent it to you on WhatsApp as well.
Team OAU. Together we are Team OAU and we are here to analyze Dangote cement. So I'm going for the right. What is our table of content is introduction, competitive analysis, rest term analysis, financial analysis, and the conclusion. The next slide, please. What is Dangote Cement PLC all about? Dangote Cement PLC is a sub-Saharan Africa leading cement company. With its operation in, please can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Just keep going.
Okay. With its operation in 10 African companies. It was established in 1981 in Nigeria and was formerly called Obajano Cement PLC. It is a subsidiary of Dangote Cement. It has succeeded in building a sustainable business on its own. It also believed that a sustainable value creation for its shareholder will be based on having its ability to fully align the cultural, environment, and social institution, which they call the Dangote way. The next slide, please. Its vision is to be the global leader in the cement industry, respected for its quality product and services and for the way they conduct their business. Its mission is to also have a strong returns for its shareholders by selling high quality products at affordable price and also backed up with a customer service. Its purpose is to be a partner of choice for those who are building Africa's creating a sustainable value for its shareholders. Quickly, let's check the competitive advantage of Dangote Cement. One of the reasons why Dangote Cement has a competitive advantage is the fact that it's a large company and it keeps expanding. The big size of Dangote Cement enable it to lower its risk because the bigger it becomes, the more it gets more resources to invest in new markets, thus give them an advantage to defend themselves against their competitors. We will also look at the SWOT analysis of Dangote Cement. The strength of Dangote Cement is based on the fact that it has a leading cement company in the sub-Saharan area, Africa region. The next slide, sir. I'm still on the other side. Struggling and a strong balance sheet without a net debt. Its weakness is a limited global presence in the operation only having in Africa, while also having majorly all its production in Nigeria. Its opportunity is the increase in production and demand for cement in Nigeria, and also a decline in its price, while its threat is the fluctuation in the price of its raw material. Now let's check the effect of COVID-19 for Dangote Cement. Despite the lockdown and the pandemic of the COVID-19, Dangote Cement actually recorded a strong top line growth supported by the strong cement demand in that year. So it made them record 2020 was a record year for Dangote Cement, as they have a very strong top line growth in 2020. I'll leave it to the hand of Barnabas to take you on this personal analysis.
Thank you, Ceci. Taking a look at the personal analysis and its effects on Dangote Cement Firstly, examine the political factors. No Dangote Cement, Dangote Cement has expanded its services in different countries in sub-Saharan region, about 10. From Ethiopia to Sierra Leone, South Africa, Ethiopia, Congo, Nigeria, and Zambia. This has exposed it to a lot of political policies, environmental legislations. These laws differ from one country to the other. So this has hindered Dangote to keep its standardization throughout its own operation. A good example is the ongoing about the ownership of the Obajana cement plant in Kogi State. Moving on to the economic factors, the all needed for production are even much more affected by the power and factors of the economy. In the year 2020 alone, it supported about 41,018 direct and indirect jobs in Nigeria, Ethiopia, Senegal, Tanzania, and South Africa, making it the major player in the strong economic growth and sustainability of these countries. To the social factor, how well is Dangote Cement positioning itself as of great benefits to the outside world and the immediate environment it finds itself? It's yearly budgeting to fund various community infrastructural projects, strategic sponsorships, donations, charitable gifts, and community affair expenses. In 2020 alone, it spent about 2.8 billion naira on social responsibilities, a 157.4% increase from the previous year, 2019. In the year 2021 also, it spent about 2.5 billion naira on social investments across all 148 corporate social responsibilities in sub-Saharan region, a little bit below that of 2020. Now, moving on to how the technological factor has affected Dangote Cement's operations. Dangote Cement has integrated its factories to be modern, fuel efficient, and make use of the latest technology to produce high quality cement. You would agree with me, this is one of the reasons why we hear of Dangote Cement everywhere, literally everywhere in this part of the world. These technological factors has enabled it to compete effectively in the sub-Saharan cement industry and as fragmented and characterized by smaller scale operators with older technology.
So please let me continue. Let's move down to the financial analysis of Dangote Cement. To understand our value company, the investor needs to understand the financial position by studying the financial and calculating the ratios. Process of this process
factors. Key
This process is often a part of program evaluation review techniques. Now, the financial analysis of Dangote Cement, we go to the double-digit revenues aspect of it. Dangote Cement recorded 2 consecutive growth revenue in 2020 and 2021. The company grew by 33.79% and 15.9298% respectively, which was the highest in the last 5 years. And as a result for this increase was as a result of the fact that there was an increase in high demand for housing sector and commercial construction, despite the volatility of the landing cost of cement and silica. In 2018, contrary to this increase, they had a decline in 2018 and 2019, and this was as a result of the firm worsening operation efficiency, which made its selling and distribution expenses to increase. We move down to the double-digit profit growth. Next slide, please. The company profit increased by 32% in 2021 and grew by 37.68% in 2020. This was as a result of the benefit that the company enjoyed from the tax incentive granted by the federal government of Nigeria under the tax status scheme. The next slide, we have the profit margin ratio. The profit margin ratio shows how a company can turn its revenue into profit. Dangote Cement turned more of its revenue into profit in 2018 by 43.3%. There was a decline in 2019 to 22.49%. However, it also increased in 2020 to 26.69% and declined marginally in 2021 to 26.33%. We go down to the debt to equity ratio. Please follow me. The next slide, please. Debt to equity ratio is a ratio that shows how a company is able to use more of its debt to finance its operation and equity. The company in 2021 has a decline in the debt to equity ratio of 0.23% compared to 0.38 in 2020, which was the lowest in 2018. Dangote Cement, being a large company, has a market share of 65% and leave 35% to its competitors. Out of all the competitors that Dangote Cement has, we'll be looking at Lafarge Cement Company. Next slide, please. The cash flow ratio. Dangote Cement has recorded 148% increase in its finance cost in the first year of 2022, the highest in the last 6 years. It has increased from 30.4 billion naira to 75.2 billion naira. Next slide. Dangote Cement has a lot of competitors. That's Julius Berger's, the Lafarge Industry, the Boa Industry. We'll be looking at Lafarge Industry as an example for our analysis. Lafarge Industry used to be an iconic store in the market share before the establishment of Dangote Cement. After the coming of Dangote Cement, Lafarge Industry started lagging behind. The company had barely survived in 2018, having closed its business year with a negative of 19.058 billion naira, and its profit after tax was a loss of 8.801 billion naira, while its revenue increased by 0.39% in 2019. Shareholders were taken back by this weakened performance of Lafarge Industries since 2016. Industrial analysts believe that the coming on string of Dangote Cement is the beginning of a sad story of Lafarge industry. In 2019, Lafarge made collaboration with South Africa, and it also developed a strategy. Next slide, sir. It developed a strategy which it tagged as Strategy 2022, which is building for growth. Lafarge Africa continued to execute this strategic plan 2022, building for growth with full speed in Q1, with a strong progress made in the 4 drivers of strategy, delivering the result as planned in 2019. Growth switching gears to growth is the most fundamental principle of the strategy in 2022. Nigeria has contributed to this growth and the acceleration of Lafarge industry. In conclusion,
Ceci, we can't hear you anymore. Ceci, are you there? Is Barnabas going to take the final conclusion, or what's going on?
It seems Barnabas' network is bad
It's
as well.
bad, yeah. Oh, good.
I think they are done.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It would have just been nice for Ceci to tie everything that she said or up. Okay, that's all right, guys. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, Adetayo, since you're already on mute, can you just give them your feedback, please?
All right, thank you, Dr. Jimmy. Let's just get straight to it. From my own end here, I think they didn't do justice to this because all their personal analysis, financial analysis, profit margin ratio, debt to equity ratio, they were not comparing Dangote with another company, which is the essence of analysis you're supposed to compare. And by the time Lafarge was brought into the scene towards the tail end of the presentation, you're just telling us about Lafarge and how the presence of competition from Dangote brings about their end. So there's no comparing, there's no analysis. So what's the essence of all this without comparing between 2 or more companies? And finally is that there is a reason why business people and accountants present figures in tables and graphs. There is a reason for that. I'm very sure Mr. Ridwan will be finding it very difficult to follow those long words of cash flow. How can you do cash flow with words? Come on. Well, anyways, in the land of the blind, as the proverbials always say, a one-eye man is always the king. Well done, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was going to say, Ceci just brought to light what Ridwan said, that one person can actually make a presentation and still do at least a little bit of justice to it. If you look at it, all our team members decided not to show up 9 minutes. Barnabas came in and the network was bad, but she still tried her best and she was confident even while presenting it, which is one thing, that one kudos that I give her. The fact that despite the fact that she could have decided not to show up as well when everybody said they were not showing up. So whatever situation you find yourself, make do and make well with what is at hand. Don't give excuses. There's no reason to give excuses in life. All right, thank you very much, guys. I'm going to quickly go into the next set of presenters because, like I said, I want us to leave here on time today. Please, mentors, send your gradings to the group for Team OAU and Team Unsuka Alpha. All right, so we're going to go into the next set of team. The next set of team will be analyzing MTN, and that will be FUTA and UI Alpha. Do we have both teams here, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes.
Thank you. All right, who is going first?
UI Alpha, I'd like to go first.
All right. Also, can I also say something? You know that you want me to project your slides, and then you send your slides to me at 9 a.m. in the morning. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to walk that way. I walk beforehand. I download those slides at night, and I expect that if you want me to do it for you, don't allow me to start searching for your slides, please. Sorry, if I did not receive your slides yesterday, I'm not going to project your slides for you, please. All right, UI Alpha, you can start, please.
Okay, I'm just going to wait a few minutes for my team leader to set up the slides. And please, I'd like to ask for permission to switch up our videos.
All right, that's all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Also,
yes, we can see your screen.
Okay.
Okay, excuse me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Is not going to be around because it's currently not going to be around because it's currently in transit. It's traveling down to Ibadan because of resumption.
That's all right. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Master. I'm just going to start now.
All right. Your time starts now.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, for the purpose of clarification, today's presentation will be split into headings. My name is Olabisi Owadayo. My teammates are Oyeni Israel, Ogunkeye Musokpe, and Adeni Oluwatobi. This is the Alpha team of the first and best university in Nigeria, the University of Ibadan. Today's presentation is a company analysis, and the company in study is the mobile telephone network, popularly known as MTN. As I mentioned earlier, this presentation will be split into four. First, the overview, general knowledge and history of the company. Second, general company analysis. Third, financial information of the company. And fourth, the activities, impact, and non-financial information of the company. Therefore, distinguished audience, sit back, grab a bowl of popcorn and a can of Fanta as this presentation kicks off. 1. Overview and general knowledge of the company. MTN is an acronym for Mobile Telephone Network. MTN Group Limited benefits of a mobile connected customers in 19 markets across Africa and the Middle Belt. It is a South African multinational mobile telecommunication company that was founded by Freddy Mooman. Its headquarters is located at Johannesburg, South Africa. CEO is Ralph Mupita. It was called MCO, and it was South Africa's first GSM payphones, voice and data. In September 2002, MCO Cell Phone Group announced its plan to change its name from MCO to MTN and ensure better brand consistency across its operators. Officially changed from MCO Group to MTN Group. 132 million mobile subscribers and 20 million mobile money subscribers throughout operations in Afghanistan, Benin Republic, Botswana, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Cyprus, Ghana, Bissau, the Republic of Benin, Iran, Liberia, South Africa, Sudan, South Sudan, Swaziland, Syria, Uganda, Yemen, and Zambia. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed with this presentation, I'm going to take you through a series of developments in the company from the year it was founded to now. In 1994, when the company was introduced to mankind, it rolled out South Africa's first GSM payphones, which could carry both voice and data. In 1995, MCell became a public company with 25% of MTN's holding and 50% of MTEL. Also that year, MTN offered free calls to emergency services for the first time in South Africa. In 1996, MTN was South Africa's biggest service provider in MTEL. MTN also launched the prepaid solution, Pay As You Go, and made short message service, popularly known as SMS, available to its customers. In 1997, MTN acquired the services provider Transtel Cellular. In 1998, MTN International was established, Africa's first two-way PC private free and service. In 2001, MTN became a Tier 1 Internet Service Provider, ISP, trading as MTN Network Solutions. In 2002, MTN was the first operator in South Africa to offer general packet rate GPRS. In 2003, using its new 3G enabled network. In 2008, MTN sponsored South Africa's oldest knockout football tournament. In 2009, MTN introduced online banking services as well as multi-choice to provide mobile TV in South Africa. In the same year, MTN launched mobile money in Benin Republic, Ghana, Cameroon, Ivory Coast, Uganda, and Yemen. In 2010, MTN was the only African global sponsor of the 2010 FIFA World Cup. That year, MTN also signed a partnership deal with Manchester United FC. In 2013, MTN partnered with Rocket Internet, a world-leading internet incubator to enhance internet in Africa and the Middle East. In 2015, MTN acquired the multimedia and telecoms company known as Smart Village. In 2017, MTN Group became a sponsor of the South African national rugby union team. In 2018, MTN partnered with Skyhills Technologies, China Mobile, and Unisoc to launch Africa's first 3G smart feature phone. Also that year, Supersonic Internet Service Provider was founded in Johannesburg, South Africa by MTN Group. And lastly, in 2021, Supersonic introduced Air Force Fiber, a 5G-based mobile data service. To conclude the first part of this presentation, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of MTN Group is to enable the benefits of a modern connected life to everyone. The values of the company are integrity, relationship, innovation, and leadership. And lastly, the strategic priorities of the company are to build the largest and most valuable platforms, to drive industry-leading connectivity operations, to create shared values, and accelerate portfolio transformation. It is important to note that MTN main competitors globally include Vodacom Group and Telkomsat, although MTN, however, ranks first in gender score uncomparably against its competitors. Thank you. To continue this presentation, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take the second person's speech that is now around. Ladies and gentlemen, to continue this presentation, I'm going to give a brief company analysis. MTN Group operates through the following business segments: 1, consumer; 2, business; 3, digital services; and 4, mobile financial services. 1, consumer. The MTN consumer segment focuses on connecting people across the Middle East and Africa through voice and data services. The company in a media release in June 2020 said that access to the internet has the power to change lives and bridge inequalities, and MTN Group reached a significant milestone by recording 100 million active data users on its networking service, on its networks across Africa and the Middle East in 2020. The then president and CEO, Rob Shuter, said that they are delighted to have connected over 100 million of their customers to the power of the internet and have increased the cost to communicate across the globe. 2, business. The MTN business segment
focuses on connectivity, communication, and collaboration solutions to SMEs, corporate, and public sector. It involves cloud, Internet of Things, mobility, managed network, security, and communication solutions. An example of MTN's connectivity and communication scheme is MTN iConnect. MTN iConnect is MTN's fixed line, internet and voice service, which provides ultra high quality internet and voice service that can be used by small and medium-sized businesses, SMEs. It is also suitable for businesses that have large data download requirements. 3, digital services. The MTN digital services sector developed platforms in 3 key focus areas. First, messaging. Instant messaging and communication. This is done through the voice and data services and also through SMS. Second, media. Entertainment, video, and gaming. Users can send and receive encrypted messages, share photos, videos, files, voice notes, and even their location. Localized content is also available through channels and micro apps aiming to entertain, educate, and empower communities. Third, mobile advertising. MTN mobile apps is an advertising service designed to take advantage of the widespread use of mobile phones. Using the SMS voice, notification, and web mobile channels, MTN mobile ads help brands reach their target customers more efficient and effective ways than traditional advertising. And fourth, mobile financial services. The mobile financial services segment enables people to make financial transactions through their phones and bringing them entertainment and online shopping through investment in mobile platforms, apps, and online ventures. Thank you.
Thank you, Olabisi. To continue this presentation, I'm going to provide the financial information of the company. To start with, it's important to know that MTN Group is active in over 20 countries, and 1/3 of the company's revenue comes from Nigeria, where it holds about 35% market share. In July 30th, 2022, this year, Premium Times reported that MTN Nigeria is Nigeria's biggest public company by revenue. In the same vein, it was IT Web reported on August 4th, 2022, that Nigeria is MTN's most profitable and biggest market in the telecommunicational continental footprint, accounting for 1/3 of the African telecoms giant's annual profits. Distinguished audience, for the sake of simplicity and clarity, the financial information will be summarized as shown in the images below on our slides are statistics provided by Forbes. In 2021, MTN had a revenue of $10.9 billion, $10.9 billion revenue, an asset of $23.8 billion, and a profit of $1 billion. And in 2020, they had a revenue of $10.5 billion, an asset of $21.6 billion, and a profit of $620.3 million. And in 2020, MTN had a revenue of $10.2 billion, 17 billion assets, and a profit of $658 million. In 2018, they had a revenue of $10 billion, asset of $19.6 billion, and profit of $331.7 million. And while in 2017, they had a revenue of $10.1 billion, an asset of $19.6 billion, and a loss of about $177.9 million. And after studying the trend of the company's profit, you'll notice that the company's profit has been progressive since 2018, and with 2021 topping the chart. We also provided a chart for 2022, though the year is not over yet. But we discovered that in 2017, the company experienced a great loss. They lost about 30% of their revenue. And according to Financial Times, this loss was due to the fact that they had to pay fine to the Nigerian government. And we also discovered that though the year is not over, MTN has made about $929.7 million already in 2022, which means they could surpass the highest profit that they already made in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, to continue this presentation, I'm going to give a brief company analysis of MTN Group through the following. Sorry about that.
skill. I'm sorry about that. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude this presentation, distinguished audience, I am going to explain about another important sector of the MTN group. This sector is the company's non-financial and non-profit sector, which comprises the social activities of the company. MTN Foundation was established in 2004 to manage the corporate social responsibilities initiative for MTN Communications PLC. Nigeria is one of the first corporates to launch this initiative. The MTN Foundation partners with both public and credible private organizations to execute sustainable projects in each of the chosen focus areas. MTN Foundation receives and processes proposals monthly. The foundation is committed to ensuring that the selection and approval of its projects are conducted in a manner that is transparent, systematic, efficient, and effective while promoting its mission. As such, approved guidelines are strictly adhered to in the selection of projects and partner organizations. What is their vision? Their vision is to be a leader in corporate social investment initiatives in Nigeria, measured by the impact and sustainability of their projects on their host communities, as well as high perception rating of MTN's brand. Their mission is to improve on the quality of life through health, education, youth development, and national priority initiatives on a sustainable basis in such a way as to impact positively on the MTN brand. To their portfolios, the youth development portfolio focuses on initiatives which provide the youth as the largest and most impacted population group with skills, tools, access, knowledge, and opportunities to become economically active citizens. While the national priority portfolio focuses on initiatives that support community, infrastructural development, health-related initiatives that support women and children, which aligns with the government's national development plan and contributing to United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to add that when it comes to MTN, it is said that South Africa came in first place as the best network in Africa with a median download speed of 65.95 megabytes per second, followed by Vodacom South Africa and Safaricom Kenya with median download speed of 48.71 megabytes per second and 36.25 megabytes per second, respectively. According to the report, MTN's Nigerian median download speed is 26.3 megabytes per second. With all this information we've discussed and presented this afternoon, I want you to believe that MTN has actually have done so well in the past few years, and then our presentation has done justice to the explanation to this. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, UI Alpha, for your presentation. You guys were about 3 seconds out of time, but that's pardonable. Okay. All right. Do we have AK online? AK, do you want to give them a feedback, please?
Yes. I wasn't actively listening though, but yeah, I thought that was a good presentation for the most of what I heard. Yeah, I think it was pretty much straight to the point. Again, big up to the guys. They've done a very good job. And I think I'll leave a more detailed feedback to someone else if you don't mind. Thank you.
All right, that's all right. Okay, thank you very much, AK. Thank you very much. Okay, all right. Do we have the other team ready to present, please?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that's Futa. All right. You can share your screen and I'll start your time.
All right, ma'am.
Oh, Ridwan, sorry, Ridwan, you have your hands raised before you guys start
Yeah.
your sorry about
Okay.
that.
Yeah. So that before these guys start their presentation, just for hopefully this other set of presenters who will continue from they will listen to this instruction. You know, one of the reasons why we should give feedback is for other people to learn from other mistakes. But it looks like this last thing being we didn't learn from the other comments that we've given, and they spent too much time, like maybe half of the presentation on history, MTN this, MTN that, MTN the partnership with Mango, all those information. What do we need them for? How do they help your presentation? How do they help your company analysis? You know, so all those you don't spend so much time on this. It makes your presentation a little boring. If you are going to talk about this, you've said it all over. You've said it too many times. So I just don't want this next guy to bore us with this. Don't tell us about it, just a little about this, then move into the proper analysis. What you are doing is analysis, not history. You know, we are not here to talk about analyze the company with the competitors in the industry and whatever. But don't spend too much time on the history. So that's part of this why we give this feedback. Learn from this feedback. Don't come and make the same mistake that the previous presenters made. You know, you guys need to improve. You know, so I just needed to quickly mention that. And then maybe you guys could also make your slides and you know it could be better than this. Those black background things they didn't really look good. So it could be better. So
I was also going to say that the only reason when a mentor gives you a feedback that I wasn't listening, it means that your presentation wasn't engaging as well. So to be honest, it's not much of a positive feedback. It's more of the fact that your presentation wasn't that engaging. The only other thing I saw about that presentation is that, God, come on, there are some basic presentations guidelines and rules that you should know by this stage. One of them is you should have the same font, using the same fonts in your PowerPoint. I can see your slides have got different fonts in it, which is not nice to look at. Yeah, I was going to say that after the end, but yeah, it's better to say it now. All right, you can start your presentation and Futa, please.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, judges, and my fellow presenters. Welcome to Daytopia Tournament Phase 4. And we are Team Futa, comprising of myself, Oye Greatness, Adarale Foluke, Oyeni Isheu, Miriam Hamzat. And we're going to be presenting on a company analysis of MTN Nigeria. Are you ready? Let's begin.
Table of contents. First, we have the background study. Then we have about company, vision and mission, milestone, financial analysis, projection, and references. Next slide, please. So the background study. MTN was founded in 1994 in South Africa. Back in the days, MTN, known as Mobile Telecommunication Network Group, used to be called MCell until early 2000. The South African company has spread its tentacles to several African and Asian countries. Currently, you find its head office in Johannesburg. So let's bring our attention down to MTN Nigeria. On August 8, 2001, the telecommunication company launched in Nigeria 3 days after Airtel Nigeria, formerly known as Econet, launched. Over 2 decades, MTN Nigeria have served over 76.5 million people. Recently, the telecommunication company transitioned into tech. In addition, Nigeria has the highest number of subscribers on the MTN network. As shown in the pie chart, Nigeria has 68 million users, which is equivalent to 25.1%. Iran has 50 million users, which is also equivalent to 18.4%. South Africa has 35 million, which is equivalent to 12.8%. Ghana has 25 million users, which is equivalent to 9.1%. And other countries have 34.7%. These numbers are in relation to a total subscribers of 27.4 million users on the MTN network. So meet the MTN leaders. The MTN group head is Jonas, and is supported by a board of committee, while the MTN Nigeria leader is Ralph Mupita, who is also supported by an executive committee. The MTN leaders are big on governance, business integrity, etiquette, and professionalism. The company operates on corporate governance, and its board organizes itself into committees, and this span across all of MTN Group subsidiaries. Thank you.
Also, it is no doubt that MTN is the most recognizable telecom brand in Nigeria, with their popular slang, yellow, and everywhere you go. Here are some of the products and services MTN Nigeria offers. The first is MTN products, MTN Cloud Services. MTN runs a lucrative cloud service, and they compete with Rank Center and Main One as their product line. The second service is voice and broadband or data services. MTN in Nigeria MTN is a leader in both voice and broadband services. They are the most profitable network, taking more than 60% of total profits, except in 2016 when they had a loss where they had to pay 300 billion naira to the federal government as fine settlement for not disconnecting unregistered lines from their network, according to Wikipedia. Also, MTN Nigeria generates 90% of its revenue from data and voice services. Other products include devices, investments, value-added services, and tech products. MTN has just ventured into tech with Momo Banking, into fintech with Momo Banking being their major product. Now let's talk about MTN's market share. According to Wikipedia, Nigeria is one of the biggest telecommunication markets in the world and the largest in Africa, with 82% of subscribers and 29% of internet users. And MTN holds the largest share. NCC reports that MTN holds the largest market share with 37.98%, and Glo being the runner-up, having a market share of 28.09%. This is because they are the first network to get across all regions of the country. What are the company values of MTN Nigeria? MTN Nigeria values leadership. They lead the way through connectivity enablement. They are big on innovation. They do things differently. They are big on relationship. They build relationship with customers, and also they value integrity and a can-do spirit.
Now, the vision and mission of the MTN Group in Nigeria. The vision of MTN Nigeria is to deliver a bold and new digital world to their customers, while their mission is to make the lives of their customers a whole lot brighter. As can be seen on the screen, the milestones of MTN Nigeria is displayed. In 2017, the company achieved the modernized subscriber definition. In 2018, she launched Africa's first 3G smart feature phone. 2019, she conducted a 5G technology trial, which happened to be the first in not just Nigeria, but West Africa at large. In 2020, MTN Nigeria launched her eSIM card services, and in 2021, it successfully completed an oversubscribed share offer, increasing local ownership by 126,720 shareholders. And according to the annual statement released by the company, 76% of those who bought these shares were women, and 85% of them are under 40. It's really no surprise because women actually have money. Over to the financial analysis, we'll be looking at key financial highlights, impact of the coronavirus, and effect of the NCC directive. For the key financial highlights of the company, we'll be looking at the digital revenue, the fintech revenue, service revenue, EBITDA, which is earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization, the voice revenue, and the general revenue in whole. This is an image gotten from the MTN annual results, which is released yearly. And for the year 2021, the revenue of the company is displayed here, has service revenue, data revenue, amongst all others, which shows a steady increase for the past 5 years. From the charts displayed here, we can see the company MTN has steadily been on a profit from 2017 up until 2018, 2019, and even to 2021. Between 2020 and 2021, the company experienced a 45.7% growth. And irrespective of the COVID pandemic and the NCC directive, the company steadily recorded increase in profits and increase in data usage and voice usage over the years.
According to the research on the MTN and Airtel network on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, although it's sad that Airtel and Glo are like very poor in their data keeping and like data analysis. So from our analysis, we found that MTN recorded 1.169 trillion naira and Airtel recorded 595 billion naira in 2019. And in 2020, MTN recorded 1.346 trillion naira and Airtel recorded 634 billion naira. According to NCC, the pandemic affected users' behavior and they opted for video calls in substitution to the physical interaction. Also, the telecommunication industry as a whole saw a rise in the revenue generation. MTN revenue generation grew tremendously compared to the previous years. Next slide. So the effect of the NCC directive. In the 2021 Q1, the network providers were directed to stop sales, swap, and porting of SIM card. And this caused a decline in MTN subscribers from 76.5 million down to 68.5 million. And the entire telecommunication industry was also affected, as can be seen by the survey below. So we have the total subscribers, that's as shown in the chart. We can see it in details on the slide.
As can be seen from the slide, the total subscribers dropped from 204,601,313 to 195,463,898. And according to the NCC, which is the Nigerian Communications Commission, this was as a result of the directive of the federal government that all SIM users need to be registered with their NIN. And not only MTN was affected by this, but the entire telecommunication industry was affected with this directive. And MTN recorded a minus 10.5% growth, as can be seen from the chart on the right-hand side. This also affected the broadband penetration for that year, which dropped from 45% to 40.88%. The internet subscribers also dropped from 154,301,000 down to 141 million. But with the current figures of 2022, the company is currently recording an increase in this value since the NIN and NIMC directive has already been sorted out. Finally, the projections for the next 5 years. Sharon, please.
Projections for the next 5 years. Driving industry connectivity related operations, currently the pioneers of the 5G technology in Nigeria and West Africa, and a major force to reckon within the fintech industry, Momo banking, which is one of the most interesting API used by developers nowadays. Next slide. And these are our references on where we got the information. Thank you so much, Daytopia Academy.
Thank you so much, guys, for your presentation. Okay, I'm just going to call on one of the mentors to give you feedback. Do we have Shubi here? Oh, someone is raising their hands. Try to see who that person is.
Hello, it's me.
Okay. All right.
All right. Can I go on now?
Oh yes, you can go on, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I wanted to comment on the last one as well, but my phone was not. But anyway, so first of all, I want to say well done to you guys. I loved the slides, beautiful slides, and I love the fact that you put graphs, put illustrated, these numbers very well. Whatever you do, when you are doing a company analysis, you need to illustrate the numbers. You don't just tell us it's this thing, but we need to see pictures, diagrams, charts, to help us understand better and keep us interested. But I also, I don't know who presented on the financial analysis. Was it Oye? I think it was Oye, wasn't it? Oye, were you the one that presented
Yes,
on
sir.
the?
Yes, I am.
You've got an amazing voice. I felt
Thank you,
like
sir.
I had to check again. Like, is this the MTN automated voice message?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you,
Well
sir.
done. I love the voice.
Thank you, sir.
But I love the fact that you talked a lot about their fintech exploits. Because how can you be analyzing M10 and not really talk about, the new buzz around M10, which is a fintech, their split shares. Although you didn't mention that one, but these are the recent things that have happened with MTN and what the things that have affected or impacted their share price and their revenue as well. So the only problem again that I didn't the only problem again with your presentation is the fact that it was limited comparison with a similar a competitor in the industry. So you briefly briefly compared it to Airtel when you were talking about the revenue. But then again, even that comparison wasn't a good one because now we are saying MTN has branched into fintech, so they are having fintech revenue, they're having data revenue. I would have loved to see a particular part of their revenue being compared to an exactly the same part of Airtel's revenue, rather than just comparing the total revenue from MTN and the total revenue. It didn't look like an accurate comparison. Right. So when you're comparing, make sure that it's like for like comparison. But that was the only comparison you made. So you're telling us the growth in revenue, the growth in this, they made this, but what does that mean? You're just giving us numbers. You're not really giving us a story behind that number. Like, okay, what does that mean for MTN? Is it good? Is it bad? And the only way to know if it's good or bad is if you're telling us, well, Airtel or Globalcom or whichever company you're comparing it against, they did this, then we can say, all right, so the difference is this large, so MTN must have done great, or the difference is whatever it has, MTN has not done as good as Airtel. So we need comparison. So whatever you do when you're doing a company analysis, make sure that you are putting a proper comparative analysis to it, right? But overall, way better slides than the previous team. And another one is do not say things like Wikipedia. According to Wikipedia, it's not a reliable source. So make sure that whatever it is you are referencing, it's a reliable source. Wikipedia is not a reliable source. And one more thing. Okay, yeah. So although this eventually, it was the previous comment I put for the previous team. So if you're doing a company analysis, don't spend too much time on things that I can get online easily for myself, right? At the end of your presentation, at the end of your company analysis, I want to say, wow, these people really analyze this and I know better now, rather than giving me too much information on their history, too much information on their mission and vision. Be brief with those parts, right? The last team, for instance, they took too much time on that, and the little time on the actual analysis, right? So try as much as possible, be brief with that. I think the Ridwan already said this anyway. So don't spend too much time on, it's good to have it, but don't spend too much time on things that I can easily find out for myself, right? Focus on your own contribution to the analysis. What are you bringing? What is new? What is your contribution to it? What are you bringing that I can't find easily online, right? But overall, well done, guys. The confidence was oozing. I love the transition. Just the only part I didn't like was the conclusion. I think the last presenter was confused as to if there was another slide. But after everything was really nice. So well done to you guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. You guys, all of you have got fantastic voice within the team. Like Dewale has said, it's the only part that I had issues with was the last part, whereby it seemed like there was still more, but the presenter was shocked that, oh, we finished. All right, but besides that, it was a good presentation. All right, we're going to quickly move into the next team. We're getting there. We're almost there. So we're going to move into the next team. Please, mentors, please remember to send your votes, your gradings to the platform provided. So the next team are going to be analyzing Seplat Energy. Please tell me I'm calling it right. And then the team that will be doing justice to this is UI Beta and Uni Abuja. I'm really looking forward to this presentation, and both teams are oh god, I think both teams are leading the table at the moment. So let's have this presentation. Who is going first? Do we have both teams here? UI Beta and Uni Abuja. Do we have the teams here, please?
Yeah, Uni Abuja team is on the call.
Uni Abuja team is on the call. All right. Like you guys all know, if one of the teams finish presenting and the other team is not here, it automatically means that team gets 3 points. So you have to be here when you are meant to be here. All right. So who is going first? Uni Abuja or UI Beta? All right, I'm just going to pick. Okay, we'll have UI Beta go first. UI Beta, are you ready?
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon. Yeah. All right, you can start. You guys and this your suits. Like, I don't understand though. Hey, this your suit is giving us some energy. And then, anyways, yeah, you're analyzing an energy company, so which is good. All right, when you guys are ready, I'll start your time.
So, I'd love to turn up the video and get my slide shared.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
Sorry, I'm getting it done now, ma'am. Can we see my screen?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see your screen yet.
I was interrupted by a call. Apologies.
That's okay. Your screen is not coming up yet. Okay, are you having difficulty projecting your slides?
I'll do that now. I'm ready, please.
Right.
So we'd love to begin now.
All right, you can start.
Knowledge as power. It controls. Sorry?
No, you can
Hello?
you can continue. You can continue.
Knowledge as power. It controls access to opportunity and advancement. This is the UI Beta Show, and I am your host. We bring you insightful interview sessions with emerging and made Nigerian companies. And I'm very excited to announce that today we have Seplat Energy, a leading Nigerian oil and gas firm, here with us in the studio. The interview session promises to be insightful and stimulating. But just before we get into it, let's unveil our guests. I have with me Babatunde Ogbodo, the Managing Director of Seplat PLC. I also have with me Josephine Adiakombi, Head of Strategies at Seplat. Then Joshua Abidoye, the Chief Finance Officer. And of course, I am Idowu Ademola, your very host. Before I dive into the discussion, permit me to provide an overview of Seplat Energy PLC. Seplat Energy, an independent Nigerian in the oil and gas company listed on both the London and Nigerian Stock Exchange with a strategic focus in the Niger Delta area of Nigeria, was established in 2009 in a mega merger by former chairman Ambrosi Bryant Ojiako and former CEO Austin Avurun, according to Bloomberg 2022. It was formed to specifically pursue upstream oil and gas opportunities in Nigeria, and in particular, divestment opportunities arising out of the incumbent major IOCs portfolios. Seplat's vision is to become a world-class independent energy company, delivering premium value to all stakeholders, with a mission to sustainably deliver profitable, diversified energy solutions through operational excellence, a skilled workforce, and effective partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, in the course of this session, we would learn more about Seplat, its achievements, successes, challenges, impact, and prospect. But it's high time we heard from the horse's mouth. Mr. Babatunde Ogbodo, how has the journey been so far?
Thank you so much, Mr. Demora. I'm taking a walk down memory lane. It's pretty breathtaking that Seplat came into existence about 13 years ago, a point where we were faced with stiff competition and so many challenges. We're trying to figure out how to settle competitions as a local firm in an industry which was dominated by giant international competitors like Shell, ExxonMobil, among others. While on the other hand, we were scared of the insecurity raging within the Niger Delta region at that point. This was the point where there was high tension generated by the activities of militants and other members of our host communities. So we had to hold on to our corporate vision of being counted among the best. Here we are today, navigating our way to the top through a commitment to the initiative, Seplat's model of community engagement, providing job opportunities for the community members, empowering the members, and generally lifting the standard of living of our hosts. I can confirm what our immediate past chairman, EDC, Orijako, said in an interview with Business Day on the 6th of June 2022 that we have viewed as partners by our host community now, which is a win-win situation for both parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Babatunde. Mr. Joshua Abidoye, would love you to help us view the revenue, losses, general finance, and projections of Seplat Energy PLC.
Thank you, Demola. Seplat, like many other companies, has had its own fair share of the turbulences and trials that sometimes beset businesses. This is even more pronounced with Seplat being an indigenous brand that entered into a fierce market competition against buoyant foreign oil gas giants like Chevron, Texaco Petroleum that were founded in the 19th century. Regardless, through the years, Seplat has become a household name in Nigeria and is ranked as one of the top most buoyant companies in Nigeria presently. Seplat has steadily grown since its founding in 2009, both in revenue and in diversification. However, the first business downturn was witnessed in 2016 and was a huge blow to the already blooming firm. This table by Business Day depicts the gravity of the loss margin. The other colossal loss below was not surprisingly in 2020, when the world and indeed businesses were ravaged by the infamous surge of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thus, our analysis largely borders on this range of years in which Seplat saw its major events, changes, and fluctuations. The initial 2016 oil crisis, which was driven largely by a supply glut and a seemingly ever lower well-aired break-even price for US shale gas, hit Nigeria particularly hard, right? This goes a long way to explaining the now received wisdom that the Niger Delta is an especially dangerous place to do business. A significant flare-up in oil targeted violence started in February 2016 with the bombing of several oil assets. A group aiming to reignite the battle for sovereignty of the region called the Niger Delta Avengers came into existence and into broader public awareness in March 2016, followed by several more groups with similar aims and similarly violent methods, as reported by Premium Times on the 1st of June 2016. Many of these groups issued stark warnings and threats against the oil industry. This greatly hampered oil production and by extension, profit. According to AfricanNews.com, other companies like Chevron, Shell Oil, and other big oil companies in Nigeria experienced same downturn. For Shell Oil, for example, as the chart from Fed Reserve Bank of St. Louis proves, the average revenue growth has been quite slow in comparison with Seplat, right? The recovery of Seplat was a product of many enabling factors, especially good policies, excellent planning, thorough execution, respect for rules, and a committed workforce. Though later on, the pandemic also dealt a heavy blow on Seplat Energy, recording its lowest revenue in recent years. The recovery has been unprecedented and phenomenal. The simple key, as asserted by SeplatPetroleum.com, has been its diversification into cleaner energy, into gas. In the 2020 AGM and account reports, the company proposed a change of name from Seplat Petroleum to Seplat Energy, and $650 million was raised in early 2021 to push this natural gas production, which is a renewable energy, thus greatly reducing carbon emission and, of course, improving and working on some of the SDGs as prescribed by the United Nations. I'm sorry for the slides going off earlier. We had a little glitch. Moving on, this venturing into natural gas has many advantages, one of which is that it structurally yields much higher margins than oil. In 2020, Seplat's EBITDA margin in gas was 79% and oil 38%. Ladies and gentlemen, this diversification has been a turning point for the company ever since. In fact, Seplat currently single-handedly supplies 30% of the natural gas used in Nigeria. The AfricanReport.com states this, right? And this large percentage, regardless of the fact that there are many other energy companies in Nigeria. This, of course, amidst other prudent administrative decisions, also has greatly scaled their revenue and profits. Sequel to this, recently in its unaudited results for the 3 months, which ended in the 31st of March 2022, the company recorded a rise in profit before tax by 197.8%. And that is from 10.8 10.6 billion naira to 34.7 billion naira year on year. Adding that cash generated from its operations, it amounted to 74.4 billion from 1.7 billion year on year, rising by 197.8%. Come on, furthermore, Seplat's profit increased by 41% in the first half of 2022 from $56.57 million in the first half of 2021 to $79.8 million as the company continues to leverage rising energy prices to build wealth for shareholders following an $85.3 million loss in 2020. Finally, gas revenues are independent of global oil prices, and they benefit from long-term fixed prices and off-take contracts. Thus, from projections, the future, as far as I'm concerned, as the financial director of Seplat Energy, is even much brighter for her company. That's what I have to say, Ademola.
Thank you very much, Joshua. That was a very insightful session. Josephine Adiakombi, please, would you like to take us on the challenges you faced or that you have been facing in Seplat Energy?
Thank you so much, Mr. Ademola. Notwithstanding the giant strides Seplat is taking, they are not without challenges. A principal one would be unfavorable government policies. To put this into perspective, Seplat in February 2022 announced an agreement to acquire the entire share capital of ExxonMobil. This decision was refuted by NNPC, Nigerian Oil Regulatory Body, and a court injunction was secured by the body to restrain the sale. And though, according to SharaReporters.com, the sale would greatly improve oil production by Seplat, the president, who is the capacity as the Minister of Petroleum Resources, had earlier consented again, announced the reversal in his decision through his media aid. The opposition to this acquisition is a major threat to Seplat. Also, the challenges of the Niger Delta terrains is a great one. SharaReporters.com asserted that this amidst other reasons, warrants foreign oil firms leaving Nigeria. It appears, though, that Seplat has been able to fair manage this vandalism and violent agitations. This was also a major cause of the 2016 oil price crash. Thank you so much, Mr. Ademola.
Thank you, Josephine, for the insights into the challenges Seplat Energy is facing. Mr. Babatunde Obodo, how is Seplat Energy of a better Nigeria?
Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, if we are a company which is committed to positioning the general Nigerian society in the right place energy-wise, we acknowledge the place of collective impact. As the saying by Mother Teresa goes, I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the water to create many ripples. And Seplat has been casting more than enough stones in the water in the form of giving back to our host communities through scholarships and educational upliftment to students. As the peer quiz competition, which is organized for students of Edo and Delta State, has become synonymous to Seplat, to the people from this state. This competition has been running right from the year 2012, with millions also being disbursed, even a scholarship to university undergraduates. And then this is quite significant in Nigeria, with millions of children out of school, and this is no small contribution. And this, furthermore, this contribution is a direct response to the first Sustainable Development Goal of the United Nations, which is aimed at ensuring inclusive and equitable education while promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. Thank you, Mr. Demola.
Thank you, Mr. Obodo Babatunde. Finally, Ms. Josephine, where do we go from here? What is the future that Seplat Energy is aiming for or working towards?
Thank you so much, Mr. Ademola. The future we see and our commitment to cleaner energy. Considering the current state of affairs in Nigeria and the world, the global shift to cleaner energy to combat climate change and global warming efforts.
Good.
To combat climate change, as we are committed to this change, we are committed to carbon neutrality and has reached a plan with the government on achieving the SDG 7 on affordable and cleaner energy by 2023. The plan is to repurpose our operations, focusing on cleaner energy, while we seek to make energy accessible by 2030, while achieving zero carbon emission by 2050 or even before then. Today, we are already committed to the substitution to natural gas from firewood for cooking, as this is more eco-friendly than firewood. Seplat Energy also accounts for about 50% of the natural gas needs in the country, and we will not relent as we keep seeking to trend the right path, leading up to the future we want. On this note, we're committing once again to making relevant partnership which shifts us closer to the global goal. We are not to be left behind in this voyage to the future, but we will be in the integral part of it. Thank you so much, Mr. Ademola.
Wow. We truly can see that Seplat Energy is doing a lot towards pushing the goals and the ideals of a better and developed society. That was very insightful one. Ladies and gentlemen, the stakeholders of Seplat Energy, thank you very much for this insightful session. The growth of Seplat has truly been hinged on integrity, excellence, and laudable social impact. Yours is a beautiful narrative of blazing trails and setting paces. And I am convinced that if more energy firms and general businesses adopt the workings and humane drive of Seplat Energy, the change we would experience in our Nigeria would be unprecedented. I am a Nigerian, and the change begins with me. What do you say? Thank you very much for staying with me. It's been a great day as the UI Better show. Thank you.
Oh my God, thank you very much, guys. I actually didn't want it to end. Very, very engaging presentation. Thank you very, very much. Okay, for more critical feedbacks, I'm going to call on one of our mentors to give you feedback. Ridwan, are you here, please?
Okay. Dr. Jimmy, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. This is Team UI Better. Yeah. You guys did a very good job. I like we have more men in this team, and usually the female voice is usually clearer and maybe a bit better. But this time around, this guys use your voices to your advantage. I love the way you guys manage your voice too, and the way you guys use it to present it was beautiful. What's the other guy's name? The CFO. You guys did very well with your presentation. So and then I like the transition too, from one person to the other. Then the style too of having the host and then maybe the other members of the team. Very good. So yeah. So just things to some things that we mentioned before. You cannot do financial projections. CFO, please statement. You can't do financial projections without your table, chart, or whatever. You can't just the original number to present it. If you ask people on this call, some of the numbers you presented, I'm sure most people will never remember because we're just talking about it. But if you have presented it, it sticks better when you present it. People, they relate more to picture. When they see pictures, it stays in their mind and they can remember it for a long time. So when you are doing presentation, that's why when you see, go and check company analysis from anybody, you always see tables and graphs. And it is standard. You can't do. I know we mentioned it before in previous sessions. So you guys need to take all our you can't be that we highlighted before and then you're still making that same mistake. You can't be doing that. If we've corrected something before and you're coming to present again, you should correct those mistakes. You can't be coming here to make the same mistakes again. So you guys didn't do well with your financial analysis. The presenters presented very well, but the content wasn't good enough. Then Mr. Host, like I said, lovely voice, but you keep saying energy, right? It's energy, not energy. One other person too, I think in the last presentation, I noted it, I forgot to say it. was saying Iran, it's Iran, not Iran. So when you're making your presentation, make sure that it check your slides, check your pronunciation, check everything. Just because you are competing with other people, right? And sometimes it's difficult to even determine who was better because you guys are very good. But when you start, making little mistakes like this, it will take away from your presentation. So always check your spellings, your pronunciation. Make sure that if you're not sure, do your research before your presentation, so you know that you are at least pronouncing the right things properly. So, but I'll give you guys you guys did well with your slides, and then the presentation was largely good. So well done, guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ridwan. Okay, quickly, we're going to go to the next presenter who will be analyzing the same company, and that's Uni Abuja. Are you guys ready for me?
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
You said
Yes,
you
ma'am.
wanted me to share your slides, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I've got you covered. Okay. Just a minute, please. All right, you guys.
Ma, please, can you hear me? There's a video in our slide.
Yes, yes, yes. I remember
All right.
that you told me that. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, once you guys are ready, you can start. Just going to try to mute myself. Just give me a minute. Let me mute myself first.
Thank you, UI Bita. But let's put the icing on what you did. Hello and good day, Daytopia mentors and mentees, the honorable judges and the audience. Well, today we want to know the current health of a company following the measure of its past performance. Therefore, yes to Team Uni Abuja, who have carried out a company analysis on the company Seplat Energy PLC. Please let's meet the team. First, we have the team lead, Oluwapelumi Olayinka, Bunkwe Christopher, Onomajulu Uche, and myself, Sonia John. Next up, we're going to be watching a short video to know more about this company. Thank you.
Hello Daytopians, have you heard of the leading indigenous oil and gas company in Nigeria called Seplat Energy? Seplat Energy PLC, formerly Seplat Petroleum Development Company, founded by ABC Orjiako, is a Nigerian-based independent upstream oil and gas company, engaged in oil and gas exploration and production. Its segment is the exploration, development, and production of oil and gas-related projects located in Nigeria.
Please give me your attention. Thank you very much for watching. Now, before I lead you through this slide, please give me your attention. Now, according to Legit Nigeria, Of the 10 companies listed as the top 10 oil and gas companies in Nigeria, only 2 have foundings in Nigeria, with the remaining 8 as international companies having operations in the country. Now, due to the federal government aspirations to develop the capacities of the companies in this sector, it gave and awarded some divested assets to Seplat Energy PLC about 10 years ago. Now, this is 10 years and even more of which the government and in the words and in the commendation of the federal government, it has it that this company, Seplat Energy PLC, has achieved tremendous growth and is now the leading independent upstream oil and gas company in the country. Now, back to the slide. The company is into the exploration and the production of oil and gas, which is segmented into the upstream and the midstream sector. The oil assets of this company, as we can see on the slide, is OML 4, 38, 40, 41, OPL 283, 53, and 55. Now, by the midstream operation of this company, it has it that Seplat Energy PLC delivers about 30% of the processed gas used for electricity in Nigeria. If we look to the right of this slide, we have working interest. The working interest of this company has it that the investors of Seplat Energy PLC invest about 45% into the ongoing costs in the field for 38, 41, 40, and 40% of ongoing costs in the field, OPL 283, 53, and 55. Please, the next slide, ma'am. Now, every business relying on one revenue doesn't always make it reliable. And as such, the business model of this company is a focus on constant cash generation. How it intends to do this is by 1, increasing its asset base or acquiring more companies, 2, increasing the efficiency or the output of the asset through innovation and constant cost structure, 3, diversifying its export routes in order to avoid problems due to third-party infrastructure, 4, increasing the revenue contribution of gas to its revenue mix, and lastly, the development of new products and service. From the purpose of this company, it is to deliver sustainable energy solutions for the society, and the mission and assignment which Seplat Energy bears is to lead Nigerian energy transition with accessible, affordable, and reliable energy that drives social and economic prosperity. With this, I hand over to Pelumi to take us through the corporate governance of this company. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Seplat Energy Board consists of highly experienced professionals and business experts with profound understanding of the dynamics of the oil and gas industry, both at the local and international level. The board composition experienced change in 2022 as 3 new board members were appointed and Basi Omiyi was appointed as the independent non-executive chairman. When it comes to the matter of corporate governance, the board regards it as fundamental to the success of the company and continues to ensure that the principles of good governance are applied in all the companies doing. Next slide, please. Evolving down to its economic social governance, the board considers it a critical factor in the achievement of the company's objectives. Therefore, it implemented tone from the top approach. ESG actions taken by Seplat Energy include the Tree for Life initiative, which was launched in May 2022. It aimed to mitigate climate change and carbon emission. The initiative is with a commitment to plant 5 million trees across states in Nigeria, beginning from 5 states. It also invested in the decarbonization project in the bid to eliminate flares from its upstream operation over the next 2 years. Also, in its commitment to the rules of safety first and zero tolerance for accidents and incidents, Seplat Energy implemented standard safety procedures across locations to reduce the likelihood of serious injuries and avoid fatalities. This has enabled them maintain a zero lost time injury. It also replaced diesel with the use of liquefied petroleum gas, which is a cleaner source of energy. In its social impact, it also funded significant amounts of sustainable community development initiative, like the I Can See initiative for the people in its host communities, also the Seplat Teacher Empowerment Program initiative, amongst others. All these social impacts are in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Down to its shareholding structure, its major shareholders include MPI, Petroleum Group, Professional Support, Sustainable Capital, and Allegrain Investments. They all hold 5% of Seplat's total issued shares. Now I'll leave it to Omajulu to walk us through the market analysis.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, walking us through the market analysis, the industry review. Now, in the global market, we all know that oil is one of the most important commodities in the world.
The largest producers of oil in the world today are the USA, Saudi Arabia, and Russia, respectively. These three countries alone produce approximately 40 million barrels of oil per day in 2020. That is 43% of the total world production. The Russia-Ukraine crisis marks another dramatic chapter in the history of oil, which has seen wild swings over the span of 5 decades since the inception of OPEC in 1960. The diagram in the right shows us these events that affected the price of oil from the Arab oil embargo in 1973 to the 2008 financial crisis, and now the 2022 Russia-Ukraine crisis. According to a forecast by the US Energy Information Administration, the price of oil is expected to be at $95 per barrel in the first quarter of 2023. Now, let us move over to the African market. Next slide, ma'am. Now, after the 2020 global pandemic, Africa accounted for roughly 8% of the global oil output, producing nearly 345 million metric tons of oil in just 2021. Angola is currently the leading producer of oil in Africa, with an average output of 1.17 million barrels per day, with Nigeria coming in second with 1.30 million barrels per day. The West African oil and gas upstream market is expected to register a compound annual growth rate of more than 6.5% for the forecast period of 2022 down to 2027. Now, to the next slide, ma. Now, moving over to the Nigerian market, we all know that Nigeria is one of the largest producers of oil and gas in Africa, with most of the nation's spending financed by income from the oil and gas industry. Statistics as of February shows that Nigeria oil sector contributes about 9% to the nation's GDP. The country is expected to record a compound annual growth rate of 4.5% during the forecast period of 2022 down to 2027. But the COVID-19 hampered the oil and gas industry, and now the country is also faced with high oil theft, which the government claims is the reason for the fall as the largest producer of oil in Africa. Daytopians, do you agree with this? You can leave your comments in the chat box. Now, moving over to the market dynamics. Now, we use Porter's 5 forces to expose the complexities and benefits of Seplat's operating environment. Now, threat to new entrants. Now, the threat to new entrants is low, given the fact that it requires high cost of capital to go into the oil and gas industry. And with the current interest rate at 20.77%, obtaining a loan is actually very expensive. Now, the threat to substitute is high, as the dire need to protect our ecosystem. The world is moving to cleaner energy and drifting away from the use of fossil fuels. This is a threat to Seplat's profitability, but the company has been able to tackle this by transitioning over to an energy company, and not just from a petroleum company to an energy company. Now, the bargaining power of suppliers. The bargaining power of suppliers is quite low in this market, as most of the oil and gas, most of the companies have their various suppliers for raw materials and machineries. Now, the bargaining power of because the buyers is also low, as Nigeria is a member of OPEC, and OPEC actually contributes for 70% of the world's total oil production, giving the buyers little influence over the price of the fuel. Now, going to the competitive rivalry. Now, we all know that the oil and gas industry in Nigeria is very competitive, as Seplat is up against major oil corporations that have strong hold in the international industry. A few of these companies are Chevron, Shell, ExxonMobil, and what have you, who have major stakes in the international market. Now, Seplat has tried to try and get more market size by trying to acquire I'll hand over to Christopher to walk us through the financials of Seplat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uche, for the market analysis. Now let's go into the financials of Seplat. On the financial, we will be making use of some metrics such as the historical performance of Seplat, the projection of its revenue, its profitability, liquidity, dividend, and some comparable trading metrics, as we have such as the current capitalization in terms of shares outstanding, the prices, the net debt, the market capitalization, and enterprise value. I will compare these figures with 4 other companies in the same industry. Like we have the Con Oil PLC, Orlando PLC, Total Energies, and also Adova PLC. On the historical performance of Seplat, over the years from 2017 to 2021, with the exception of 2020, Seplat Energy has experienced a significantly stable and favorable performance in its revenue, which is attributed to some changes in the company's policy, as well as some changes in the global oil prices, which had an impact on the performance of oil and gas companies. Now, the 2020 decline we have on the diagram below is, as earlier mentioned also, it's as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic that affected virtually 90% of businesses across the globe. Now, what happened to Seplat revenue lately? From the chart, we can see that revenue being up by 71%, with oil sold at an average price of $107 per billion barrel of petroleum liquid, and also gas $2.76 per million standard cubic feet. At the same time, the cost of operation fell by 17%. Now, there was a report by Vanguard on the 17th of May, 2022, on how Seplat Energy increased revenue by 54% in 2021. That increase was as a result of many enabling factors, as we have good policies, excellent planning, and thorough execution, respect for rules, and a committed workforce. We don't expect this trend to continue for the forecasted period of 2023 to 2027, attaining a compound annual growth rate of 6.5% year on year by the end of 2027. Now, the growth is being driven by the new Amukpe-Escravos pipeline, which reduces reliance on the Transfogado system and the completion of annual gas processing plant. We move over to the earnings per share. The earnings per share was 14 kobo per share compared to 10 kobo per share in first quarter of 2021. On liquidity, operating cash flow was 330.1 million naira, and net debt fell 420.1 to about $416.6 million, despite the 240 million deposit payment from the MPNU acquisition, ensuring significant liquidity. Now, please, we're talking about the dividend of Seplat. Seplat, as a company, continues to offer a quarterly dividend, which is currently well protected by significant profitability, cash flow, cash on the balance sheet, and also retained earnings. From the chart display on the left, for the second quarter of 2022, the board approved another quarter dividend of about $0.025 per share, and in line with the last 5 quarters, and taking dividend yield to about $0.05. Now let's compare these companies with similar companies in industry. And if we're comparing it, we'll make use of the current capitalization. Firstly, let's analyze the share price of Seplat. Seplat Energy, as we have on the right, on our screen on the right, still remains the industry leader in its share price, with the current price of 1,200 naira as compared to 750 reported at the end of 2021 and 500 naira in 2020 per share. As we all know, share price reflects a corporation's overall financial health. Hence, the general rule: the higher the stock price, the rosier a company's prospect become. Please, next slide. Secondly, let's delve into the enterprise value of Seplat. Now, the enterprise value of a company measures the market value of a company. It is a sum of claims by all claimants, creditors, and shareholders. And it's also thought as an estimate of the cost to purchase a company. Now, Seplat, with the leading enterprise value, as we see on the table there, in its industry, suggests that the estimated purchase price of Seplat is higher than other companies in its industry. Now, it's a known fact for most oil and gas firms to have a higher enterprise value due to the highly in-depth nature. On the price to earning ratio, price to earning ratio it signals whether a company's share price adequately reflects its earning. We all know which all those metrics are being used to compare. They call it comparable metrics for companies. Now, this ratio actually determines the long-term viability of a company, and it also suggests how much investors are expecting in this company in terms of growth. Now, in high ratio, we indicate that investors are paying much more per share than the company is earning. And a lower ratio will indicate that growth has slowed down. Now, from the table below, you can see that Seplat trade higher at 15.05x in 2021, as against 4.95x and 4.66 respectively reported by Con Oil and Total Energies PLC, which are seen as the closest two companies with Seplat. Now, this implies that Seplat stock is significantly costly to purchase than its peers, as the prospects for increase in growth from investors remains very high. On enterprise to EBITDA ratio, it has almost the same impact as we saw in the price to earning ratio. Now, Seplat trade higher at 8.5, which is less than the maximum of 10x a company should trade. Any ratio above 10x is seen as unhealthy. Now, within the industry of Seplat, it still leads Con Oil and Total, which have 3.03x and 6.32. Looking at the price to cash flow, what we know about price to cash flow, a brief explanation to this is that it determines the company's worth based on the cash flow it has been able to generate for its shareholder. Now, it also indicates that the amount an investor is ready to pay for the cash flow a company has generated. As we have on the table shown on the slide, Seplat trades at a higher price to cash flow multiples as against company in its industry. Now, the company has a price to cash flow of 5.28x in 2021 and 8.25x in 2020 as against 1.66x and 1.14, respectively reported by Wando and Total PLC. Now, this suggests that the company trading in Seplat is relatively very high to other companies in its industry. Now, a lower ratio would have suggested a better stock, though. In this case, there are not enough cash flow that are being generated to support the multiples. Now, at this point, I will hand over to my colleague to walk us through the conclusion of this company. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Christopher. To know the current health of a company is to measure the past performance. And from both the historical performance down to the forecast of Seplat Energy PLC, the company shows a trend of continuous growth. So yes, Seplat Energy PLC is both a growth and profitable company. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Right on time. It's 15:01, which means that you guys utilize your time very well. Good job, guys. Okay. So quickly, I'm going to ask Ridwan and Adetayo to give you feedback in no particular order. Yes, thank you, Lukman. Yes, good job.
Okay, let me quickly, give my comments. So Uni Abuja guys are very good. The slides are always good. Yeah. So well done with the slides, lovely slides. And then the presentation too was great. The intro, the transition, Uche, I love the presentation, Uche. The other guys were so far too, lovely, lovely. You guys have really, really impressed with your presentation. That was good. Well done, well done. And then I liked your content too. I like the fact that you mentioned their assets, which is important for Seplat is an upstream company. And you guys mentioned their assets, which is the OMLs that they own. Very impressive. So you showed that you made your research. So I think the other content, the financial projection, the financial analysis, maybe could have been a lot more in depth because the only thing you showed us was the I think revenue from 2017 to 2021. Then also know that on that slide, you guys, your your chart was from 2017 to 2021, but on that slide, on the title, you put 2017 to 2020 instead of 2021. So note that. Um, then the the part that I'm really interested in, the peer analysis, the competitor analysis. So in case you don't know, Seplat, you have to compare apples with apples, not apples with oranges. Yes, Seplat is an upstream company. The other companies you compare them to are not upstream companies. Do you understand? So Adova is purely a downstream company. Do you understand? Adova is purely a downstream company. So when you were comparing their share prices, that is not you can't do that. Adova is purely a downstream company. Total Energy is purely a downstream company. Wando PLC has an upstream arm, right? So except you are telling me that the share price you are considering is the upstream arm. The downstream portion of Wando PLC has been sold to OVH, and OVH has now sold to NNPC. I think that was in the news last week. So OVH has now sold to NNPC now. So except if what you are comparing is just the upstream portion, then for which other one? Conoity. So Conoity is divided into two. They have the upstream and the downstream part. So you have to be clear, which exactly you are showing the share price. But whatever it is, that's why if you look at the share prices, so that's why it was skewed. You see that Seplat was around 1,002 or whatever, and then the others are 25 or so. That's why it was because we are not comparing similar companies. We're comparing an upstream company with downstream company. That's why you can see it's not normal that the share prices of the same companies will be that the difference in the share price will be that wide. It's not normal. So it's because you didn't compare the similar companies. So if you want to compare Seplat, you need to compare them with other IOCs. Total, for example, Total has an upstream and downstream. So you probably need to compare them with the Total upstream and not Total Energy. Total Energy is downstream. So just to point out to you, then I like the fact that you brought in your multiple, the enterprise value multiple.
To help it in your mouth. See, to have it in your mouth.
Like you are not muted.
I'm so sorry about that. Sorry.
So yeah, the slides on enterprise value are multiple. I don't know if that is really important for your company analysis, I'm not sure. Because when you're doing enterprise value, multiples, we are not talking about the valuation of the companies, or so it's difficult to. And also the metrics that you've used, I'm sure some of those metrics are not really correct, because like I said, you're comparing an upstream companies with other non-upstream companies. So you're not going to get good valuation. That's why it appears that Seplat has good valuation, blah blah blah. If you compare Seplat with other IOCs, I doubt if Seplat would have a better valuation than the other companies. So that obviously affected the one. But I like the idea, but I'm not sure it was really necessary for this type of analysis. Yeah, but overall, I love the presentation. I like these guys. I mean, you guys are very strong presenter, very lovely voice, and your slides. You've always had very good slides. So well done to you guys. I wish you guys all the best.
Thank you very much, Ridwan. So sorry about that. I didn't know that um, my mic was on mute. Thank you very much. Adetayo, do you have any adds up, or Mr. Daytopia, do you have anything?
Nothing to say, nothing to say. Just put it in my own mouth too as well.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So thank you very much, guys, for such a wonderful presentation. Both teams have done a great job at their presentation. I learned different things from both presentation, which is good. Okay. All right. So we're going to go into the last presentation for today. It's so nice that we're ending earlier today. All right. So the last presentation for the day is the team giving us a company analysis on Zenith Bank. And we've got ABU and Unsuka Alpha. So guys, mentors, heads up. These two teams are financial gurus. All right. So especially ABU, I'm looking forward to this set of presentation. All right. I'm looking forward to this set of presentation. We'll be analyzing Zenith Bank. So do we have both teams here?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. All right. Do we have Unsuka Alpha here as well? Do we have Unsuka Alpha here? Do we have Unsuka Alpha here? Okay, that's all right. Am I hearing Rita? Am I hearing Rita? Okay. All right. So while you guys sort out your network, and while you sort out your network, I'm going to ask ABU to go first. While you sort out your network, ask ABU to go first. Okay. All right, Team ABU, are you ready for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can start sharing your slides now.
Okay. Sorry, please let me confirm if my teammates are here, please.
All right. That's all right.
Anthony and Ismail, please, are you guys there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Also, please, we won't be keeping our video on for too long because of our connections.
Okay, but you have not even kept it on at all. I was going to say that a lot of the teams did not even show us their faces at the start of their presentation. All right, that's all right. That's all right. Okay. It's just so that we can, put a face to who is presenting. It's really good when you show us your face at the start of your presentation. All right, you can start sharing your slides now. Okay.
All right. Do you know that Zenith Bank is the largest bank in Nigeria by Tier 1 capital? According to Nairametrics, Zenith Bank boasts a market cap of 691 billion naira. I know you don't know. Well, stay with us throughout this presentation for more shocking facts and reasons why you should own a share in Zenith Bank. It's a pleasure being here again today, and we are Team ABU, but prefer to be addressed as ABU analysts. I am Tijani Lawal, and right here are Antonia Andrew, and Ismail Aliyu. Together, we are presenting to you our analysis on Zenith Bank. Let me start with the business description. Zenith Bank PLC was established in May 1990 and commenced operation in July of the same year as a commercial bank. The bank became a public limited liability company on June 17, 2004 and was listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange on October 24, 2004 following a highly successful IPO. Zenith Bank PLC currently has a shareholder base of more than 500,000 and is Nigeria's biggest bank by Tier 1 capital. In 2013, the bank listed $850 million worth of its shares at $6.80 each on the London Stock Exchange. With our headquarters in Lagos, Zenith Bank PLC has over 500 branches and business offices in prime commercial centers in all states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. Notably, the bank retained its position as #1 Tier 1 bank in Nigeria with a Tier 1 capital of $2.75 billion, emerging 460th bank globally, according to Premium Times. With subsidiaries in Ghana, Gambia, Sierra Leone, and a representative office in the People's Republic of China, the bank plans to take the Zenith brand to other African countries, as well as the European and Asian markets. Our core businesses include corporate investment and retail banking, commercial and consumer banking, personal and private banking, trade services and foreign exchange, treasury and cash management services, other non-bank financial services, mainly through subsidiaries. Ismail is right here to tell us what the corporate management team looks like.
Thank you, Tijani. Zenith Bank PLC has been generally adjudged as a corporate governance complaint bank by the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Hence, it is listed on the Premium Board of Exchange. The management team comprises of experienced and seasoned individuals determined to deliver financial solutions to all stakeholders. They include, but not limited to, Jim Ovia as the chairman, Mr. Obeneza Oniegu, the group managing director and CEO, Mr. Michael Osilamat Otu as company secretary and legal advisor, Dr. Mukhtar Adam, the bank chief financial officer, Mr. Felix Ebon as chief risk officer. Antonia, please, how committed is Zenith Bank to ESG?
Thank you, Ismail. In giving back to host communities where the bank operates, Zenith Bank periodically carry out need gap analysis in target communities to be able to accurately determine areas where their support is mostly needed. The bank has played crucial roles in eradicating extreme poverty, encouraging skills development and capacity building, employment creation, and supporting government efforts at achieving inclusive growth and development.
In delivering exceptional banking service to stakeholders, Zenith Bank has won numerous awards. Notably, biggest bank in Nigeria by Tier 1 Capital in 2021 by the Banker magazine, Best Bank in Nigeria 2021 by the Global Finance magazine, Best Commercial Bank in Nigeria by the World Finance of London, and a host of others. Ismail, please brief us about the Nigerian economic outlook.
But of course, Tijani, just like the rest of the world, Nigeria has equally had its fair share of some unfavorable economic occurrences that has caused strain on the country's economy. Some of these were induced by global occurrences such as the Russian-Ukraine war, supply chain hiccup, fall in crude oil price, and others, while some were induced by local occurrences such as crude oil theft, currency devaluation, persistent inflation, scarcity of foreign exchange, and the 2020 general election. Antonia is here to shed more light on the Nigerian banking industry.
According to Nigerian Tribune, the banking industry aggregate have continued their year-on-year upward trajectory, with total assets rising to 65.48 trillion naira in June 2022 from 53.64 trillion naira in June 2021, representing 11.84 trillion naira, while total deposits rose to 42.03 trillion naira from 33.85 trillion naira over the same period. This is due to decline in non-performing loans ratio from 5.31% in April to 5.20% in May, and further to 4.95% in June 2022. Also, increases in total assets between May and June 2022 are encouraging indicators of increased system soundness and resilience. Top players in the industry are First Bank, UBA, GTCO, Access Bank, and Zenith, also referred to as FUGA or Tier 1 banks, while others are Starlink, Union, Wema, FCMB Holdings and Unity Bank PLC, otherwise referred to as Tier 2 banks, according to This Day Life report. According to the Sun newspaper, Tier 1 banks are regarded as the fulcrum of the Nigerian finance and economic system because of their importance. In Nigeria, these banks control more than 3/4 of the banking assets, and they are seen as representatives of the entire banking system. Currently, they are Access Bank with an asset size of 11.73 trillion naira. Then we have Eco Bank with 11.69 trillion naira, Zenith Bank with 9.45 trillion naira, and UBA with 8.50 trillion naira. FBNH and GTCO complete the list of first-tier banks having recorded assets in excess of the 5 trillion naira cut-off.
A number of events have over time traded in the industry. They include 1. Titan Trust Bank acquisition Union Bank. 2. CBN hike interest rate. This was done in September 2022 in order to tame the rising inflation in the country. The rate, which was previously 14%, was increased by 150 basis points to 15.5% by Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria. 3. Emergence of there were 74 fintechs in the industry as of 2017 and 144 as of 2021, with more to come. 4. Launching of Central Bank Digital Currency, CBDC, also called eNaira. It was launched on the 25th of October 2021, making Nigeria the first among her African peers to launch the CBDC. 5. Finance Act 2021. The bill, which was signed on 31st of December 2021 to kick into effect on 1st January 2022, has introduced major change to Nigerian tax and regulatory landscape.
We conducted quarter 5 first analysis on Zenith Bank to ascertain their ground in the industry. Here's what we result to. 1. Industry rivalry is high. Given the high number of players within the industry rendering wide range of services, they tend to be very aggressive, which intensify the competition within the industry. Zenith Bank PLC has products and services similar to others, and that makes it easy for customers to switch alternatives. However, Zenith Bank, through innovation and technology, has positioned herself among rivals for greatness, and we've seen that manifest year on year. 2. Threat of entry is medium. This is medium because of the activities of fintech in the industry. They offer services as conventional banks with less or no charges in some cases, thus creating competition in the industry for conventional banks. However, Zenith Bank has proven up to the task through its Z Money services, aimed at providing financial inclusion and extending its retail banking services to some unbanked regions. 3. Power of supply is high. We believe the banking industry is a highly regulated one, and no one has the power to act at free will. The government, through specialized agencies like the central bank, issue policies to keep the industry and economy as a whole under check. This could be through the MPR or the CRR, which is the cash reserve ratio. 4. Power of consumer is low. Since the industry is regulated by the government, there is high limits to how customers can influence the activities of the bank. For example, customers have no mandate to determine how they are charged for deposits, transfers, and other transactions within banks. And they have to go by what's obtainable. 5. The threat to substitute is high. This is due to the presence of other banks in the industry plus fintechs. However, there is low switching costs as customers can easily move to other banks. However, Zenith Bank has distinguished herself through innovation, dynamism, and technology, and that in order to continue to have continued to deploy its retail strategy, thereby acquiring more customers and expanding its electronic banking income from the increased volume of transactions across its channels.
The overall banking industry in Nigeria is statutorily regulated by the Central Bank of Nigeria through the use of several tools and policies. Some of them are: number 1, cash reserve ratio. According to Economist Times, cash reserve ratio is a specified amount, specified minimum fraction of the total deposit of customers, which commercial banks have to hold as reserves, either in cash or as deposit with the central bank. In Nigeria, the rate is presently pegged at 3.25% by the 32.25% by the central bank. 2, the monetary policy rate. This tool is mainly used for keeping inflation under check in the country. It presently stands at 15.5%.
According to
Tijani, may
Market
you give us the
Screener,
shareholder structure?
thank you. According to Market Screener, Invesco Advisors Incorporated owns 447,469,084, corresponding to 1.43%, while Old Mutual Investment Group and Global X Management are second and third on the list with 0.56 and 0.41 respectively. Let's listen to the SWOT analysis from Ismail.
We conducted a SWOT analysis of the bank, and some of the strengths includes: number one, bank in Nigeria by Tier 1 capital; two, comfortable funding and liquidity profile; three, good capitalization and loan loss reserve, supporting loss absorption capacity. Its weaknesses include: one, very high economic and industrial risks associated with concentration in Nigeria; two, limited business diversification given top-tier corporation banking focus; three, high exposure to credit risks and deteriorated asset quality indicators. Some of its opportunity includes: one, growing population; two, collaboration with fintechs; and three, technological leverage. And some of its threats were: one, competition from major industry players; and two, emergence and influx of fintechs into the industry; three, foreign exchange; four, Nigerian political climate. Before I leave, Tijani is here to brief us about their financials.
Thank you very much, Ismail. Zenith Bank is one of the best performing banks in Nigeria over the past 5 years, with earnings increasing year on year. The bank's gross earnings grew 10% for the year ended 2021, recording 765.6 billion naira, up from 696.5 billion naira reported in the previous year, despite a challenging macroeconomic environment aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Profit before tax also grew by 10% from 255.9 billion naira to 280.4 billion naira in 2021. The increase was due to growth in the top line and very strong management of the treasury portfolios, which increased efficiency and also reduced costs, resulting in a drop in interest expense by 12% from 121.1 billion naira in 2020 to 106.8 billion naira in 2021. This further led to a 7% increase in net interest income of 320.8 billion in 2021 from 299.7 billion in 2020. Total assets also increased by 11%, growing from 8.48 trillion in 2020 to 9.45 trillion in 2020 to 9.45 trillion naira in 2021, mainly driven by growth in customers' deposits. The bank grew its gross loans by 20% from 2.9 trillion naira in 2020 to 3.5 trillion naira in 2021, with moderated non-performing loans ratio from 4.29% to 4.19% year on year. Zenith Bank is the biggest bank in Nigeria by market capitalization. Leveraging its strength, it reported a double-digit growth in its gross earnings for half year 2022. The bank's gross earnings rose by 17% to 405 billion naira from 346 billion reported in half year of 2021. Its profit before tax grew 11% year on year from 117 billion naira to 130 billion naira, while total assets also rose to 10.12 trillion at the end of June 2022 from 9.645 trillion at the end of December 2021. Mentors and mentees of Daytopia listening audience, we know after listening, you are finally convinced that you truly need to own a share of Zenith Bank. As such, the following are the reasons why we will recommend you buy their stock. One, given Zenith Bank's successive growth since 5 years back, you will agree with me that it's a pace which will be sustained even in years to come. As such, your investment is safe. Two, according to Business Day, the Nigerian banking industry progressively contributed some 168.4 trillion naira to the country's gross domestic product between 2017 and 2020, indicating an incredible resilience and growth despite two difficult recessions. Three, given the bank's strength as #1 bank in the country by Tier 1 capital, the bank can easily expand and diversify its operations, thus create room for more revenue. Four, investors. Well, we know you love dividends, but don't worry. According to Nairametrics, Zenith Bank PLC has posted a profit after tax of 111 billion for the first 6 months of 2022, a 5% increase from the amount in the first half of 2021. The company increased interest income by a whopping 18.5% to close at 242 billion naira in the first half of the year. The earnings per share was up from 3.38 kobo in first half of 2021 to 3.55 kobo in first half of 2022. The company last traded at 22 naira, while its market capitalization stood at 691 billion naira compared to First Bank with 348.18 billion naira, UBA with 239.396 billion naira, GTCO with 544.7 0.477 billion naira, and Access with 278.62 billion naira, according to Bloomberg. With this, we want to assure you of safe investment. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, guys. You guys are right on time. That was 14 minutes and 53 seconds, which was right on time. Thank you very much. You can stop sharing now. All right. It seems like Ridwan is been mesmerized by the presentation. So I'm not going to call on Ridwan to give you feedback, because we don't want him to. We want a critical feedback for you guys. So, Mr. Daytopia, do you want to give the team their feedback, please?
Yes. Right. Strong presentation from Abu again. You can tell that it's their bread and butter, the analysis. They've analyzed the company really well. Well done, guys. And I like the fact, like I always say, I like the fact that you've been able to compare it with other other companies within the industry. I like the industry analysis. I like the SWOT analysis as well, which is great. The only problem that I had with your presentation is the fact that it's wordy, the slides, and at some point I had to now focus on the slide. I was trying to read the slides, rather than just giving us graphs of illustration of what it is that you're talking about. So rather than putting them in words, it might be better for you to give us graphs, charts, so that we can properly, so that we can have something to take home, rather than too much words in the slides. But aside from the slides, great presentation. Well done, guys.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm still going to have Ridwan to give a final feedback to all the team, but I don't want him going industry on us yet. That's why I've not called him. So we're going to listen to the other team, who is also going to critically analyze this Zenith Bank, and then we'll have a much more critical feedback from our guru here. All right, do we have the team ready for us now?
Yes, we're ready.
All right. So go ahead and share your slides.
You can help us with that, please.
Guys, you guys need to do better. If you want me to help you share your slides, you need to let me know, so that way I can. Okay, but anyways, I think I've downloaded your own slides already. Just 1 minute. I'm just going to project it. Just a minute, please. Just a minute, please. Okay, I'm not able to open the slides. Dewale, can you try and see if you can open the slides from your hand? It's not coming up. I downloaded it, but it's not coming up for some reasons. It's not a what is it called? A PowerPoint document. So it's not coming up. See guys, the truth there is that it's always better when you use simple slides. Just use PowerPoint. It's easier that way because it's not everybody that has got all these different types of documents that you use. Because at the moment it's not opening from my hand.
Can you see my screen?
Just going to check.
Yeah, they can see my screen, so it's fine. They can.
All right, that's all right. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I go ahead?
Oh, yes, you can go ahead. I'm going to start your time now.
All right. Good day, judges and Daytopians. Today, we'll be analyzing the Zenith Bank group of companies. We, the analysts, are myself, Eze Naomi Onyinyechi, Ibauchi Wisdom, who is unavoidably absent, and Eze Chukwurita. We represent the University of Nigeria, Nsukka Alpha. Today, we'll take you through the company profile, the general overview, market position in Nigeria, trends in performance, comparison with other banks, and strategic plans for improvements. The Zenith Bank Group is a leading financial service institution founded and incorporated by Mr. Jim Ovia, CON, as a private limited liability company in May 1990. With its head office in Lagos, Nigeria, it currently operates from over 500 branches and representative offices across the world, with a total market capitalization of 778 billion, 633 million, 45,893 naira, making it the biggest bank in Nigeria. With a share price of 24 naira 80 kobo, 7 naira 34 kobo earning per share, and a total outstanding share of over 31 billion. Zenith Bank shares are traded on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, London Stock Exchange, and Irish Stock Exchange markets. Zenith Bank's, next slide, please. Zenith Bank's impressive growth pattern and performance over the years have earned it excellent.
Okay, we can't hear you anymore. Is somebody going to take over? We can't hear her anymore.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I will continue from where she stopped. So, Zenith Bank share outstanding has it at 1,391,000,000, has a share of 40.9, and a share of 24.8. Also, achievements, Bank has the following accomplishments. In 2020, it was awarded the best bank in Nigeria in the Global Finance World Best Bank in 2020. It was also awarded Bank of the Year in the Bankers Bank of the Year Awards 2020.
Please, can you hear?
Also, it has also maintained the record of best in corporate government finance service.
Please, can you hear?
Who is speaking, please? Rita, do you want to continue?
Sorry for the delay, please. I will continue. Okay. Also in Nigeria, in the World Finance Banking Award 2021, among other Miss Rita. Hello.
Rita, we can't hear you. Continue.
Okay. The visions and missions of Zenith Bank as follows. The vision is to become the leading Nigerian technology-driven global financial institution that provides distinctive range of financial services. It also has a mission to build Zenith Bank into a reputable international financial institution recognized for innovation, superior performance, and creation of premium value for all the stakeholders. Coming to the market position of Zenith Bank in Nigeria. Looking at the first chart we have there by FY, Nigerian Zenith Bank the capital with 20 points in 2020, which is an increase from 20 in 2020. This capital adequacy ratio proves that it can be able to meet unforeseen circumstances, and ranking high means that Zenith Bank Then the next chart, we have the 10, where we have the top 10 largest banks in Nigeria by assets. This was from Nairalytics. From December 2021, which was indicated with the blue line, there was an increase to now and to January 2022. Trends in performance of Zenith Bank. From the first I have there that State Bank has seen earnings over the year for the past 5 years. However, notably, you can find out that from 2016 to 2017, there was a huge increase. The earnings increased from 44.84 billion to 173.79 billion, representing 46.7% increase. This increase was driven by a 23.4% and 119.2% increase in interest income and non-interest income, respectively. The growth in interest income was largely due to income from investments in government securities. For the year, the group recorded a 147.1 billion increase in non-interest income, driven by record processing volume of transactions, coupled with the growth in the size of their trading group. You also notice in the next graph there, in the next chart there, where we'll have Zenith Bank share compared to GTCO shares. For the past 10 years, it was noticed that GTCO shares were exceeding Zenith Bank shares. In year 2020, though by a little amount, yeah. But that is a notable increase compared with other banks. Just like we said before, according to Nairalytics, Zenith Bank ranks second among 10 largest banks in Nigeria by assets, according to first quarter of 2022. Then, based on best performing banks in Nigeria, judging by numbers, the first quarter 2022, the key metrics used for this for analyzing best performance bank in Nigeria was based on the total assets growth, the loan book growth, profit growth, cost to income ratio, and return on average equity. And considering all these factors, Zenith Bank was ranked first among other banks. Then, based on most capitalized stocks on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, on the Nigerian Stock Exchange market, according to Nairalytics as well, Zenith Bank ranks first among other banks with a total stock of 851. Zenith Bank management remains focused on consolidating Zenith's position as the top tier corporate bank in Nigeria. Just like from the awards Zenith Bank has acquired for themselves, just like mentioned above, Zenith Bank still maintains his focus on remaining the best bank in Nigeria. It has these 7 strategies in mind to make sure that they remain the best in Nigeria, which are the products, the relationships, diversification, international, core strengths, cross-selling, and ICT. Based on products, they intend on still delivering superior tailor-made service experience to all their customers at all times through diversified quality product and service offerings. You can see that while analyzing Zenith Bank, we found out that they have so many retail product activities. Notable among them is the one we call children's account called ZECA. This Zenith Children's account is just a platform that allows one to save for the future of their children. It only requires the present child's birth certificate and passport photograph, then a passport photograph of one or both of the parents. Also, they have different corporate products like corporate accounts, fixed deposits, and so on. Then based on relationship, Zenith Bank intends to develop, diversify in different sectors of the economy. Like you can see from the charts, we have their different division they give to each account. However, they make their most contribution to those sectors with good growth potential, like the power and infrastructure sector that has the highest percentage. Then also we have the diversification. Zenith Bank having recognized that significant opportunities exist to meet the funding gaps in power, infrastructure, and telecoms. They intend to do that profitability. Also, they intend to diversify their business lines and geography to include other sectors, other part of the country, like we have the Zenith Bank in UK. Then also by diversification, approximately 60% of Nigerian population are still unbanked. So Zenith Bank intends to exploit this 60% to their own benefits. Based on the cross-sell relation on cross-selling, Zenith Bank intends to go global across different sectors of creating different subsidiaries for the provision of their non-bank financial services to accentuate the service office and experience of the customer. Like in the chart, you will see where we have different sectors, where we have the Zenith Trust Company Limited, the Zenith Registrars, and so on. Then in ICT, Zenith Bank has continued to enhance their processes and systems platform to deliver new capabilities and improve operational efficiency in order to achieve economics of scale, leveraging on the unparalleled competitive advantage in delivering superior ICT services. Like we have the pay online, the pay bills, the get cash, and so many other activities they want to considering the different trends we have in the performance of Zenith Bank, it will be very safe to say that it is very okay for you to bank with Zenith Bank. Before now, I never really knew what to look out for in a bank in order to invest, but having browsed and considered other banks, I've noticed that the performance of banks tends to be the most important thing to consider. And notably, Zenith Bank has an increasing earnings trend and increasing total deposits, increasing total asset profit for the past 5 years.
Thank you very much, Rita. Thank you very much. You did a good job. Although you rushed through some slides, but yeah, you did a good job. Covering up for everyone in the team. All right, so I'm going to call on Ridwan to give both teams a critical feedback on their presentation. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Jimmy. Okay. I'm sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Bummer. Okay, you are starting with ABU. ABU team, those guys I've said before, those guys are tracking. Those guys are good, very good, very good. So and then I like the fact that there was a banking industry guys were analyzing. Your slides were very good. It was simple, but it was just no unnecessary addition or the slide was just simple and just straight to the point. I like the simplicity of the slide. No unnecessary distraction. Then other things that I saw in the slide that were really good, the fact that you compared Figures, the top tier bank in the industry. Then The analysis too was good since you're considering the very bag. I saw that you consider their revenue PBT. Other things I would have expected to see, would be maybe the cost to income ratio or net interest margin, the ROA and ROE. But it's pardonable because considering that this is not if I was going to analyze Zenith Bank, of course, I'll consider more metrics than the two that you mentioned. I think you use four, you use total assets, total loans, revenue, and PBT. So I mean, good effort, good effort. You guys did well. And then the fact that all the presenters were very strong. I like the energy all through. You guys did a very good job of transitioning and delivering on the analysis. So well done, guys. You guys very much good. Then the other team, UNN Alpha. Yeah. So I think you guys did a very good. So excluding the slides, I think the slides could have been better, but excluding the slides, the content was actually very good. I like the other angle that you brought into it, which is the CAR, capital adequacy ratio. I mean, I like that part. Um, and then I think there were some other places. I think there was one chart I saw from Nairametrics that you mentioned the cost to income ratio and so that was another very good addition to your slide. So I like the content of your slide, really. So I think I don't know, maybe it was because you're the only one presenting, but and this speaks to what I was saying earlier that one person can present slide. The slide that you guys have talked about, max 15, that you guys are presenting. One person can present slide and you will do justice to it, which is what Rita did. I like the fact that you maintain the same energy from beginning to the end, and you did very well with your analysis. Maybe the slides could have been, a lot better, but you did it very well with your analysis. Something that I noted about your presentation is just for you to watch out for some of your pronunciations. I noted about I noted two of them. So for chat, you were saying sharp, instead of ch. So just notice so that you can correct it for future presentation. So it's chat and not sharp. And then approximately too. So approximately, just approximately, not approximately. So just watch out for some of those things when you're doing your presentation. But other than that, I think you did a very good job with your analysis, and you guys really impressed me. Well done to all of you.
Thank you very much, Ridwan. Thank you so much. Adeboale, please, Adetayo, do you have any feedbacks for the teams that just presented, please?
Sorry, I was a bit distracted in the middle of the presentation. So let me lay low on this.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all right. Okay, guys, we've come to the end of today's to the end of the tournament, the Daytopia University tournament. And I think that the table have been, shaken the beat. I've not seen the scores, I don't know, but just based on my judgment of the general presentation today, I feel that the table has been shaken a bit. And that's why I always tell people, you know what, push to the end, don't give up, don't lose hope in the middle. Who knows? Anything can still happen. And I'm super, super excited about the presentation that we've had today. All the presenters, can I just say a big congratulations to you guys? We are all winners. Everyone is a winner. You guys have done great job. To actually stay to the end, to finish to the end is a success in itself. And you guys have done so well for yourself. A round of applause for everyone that has presented during this tournament. Great job, guys. Can I also use this opportunity to thank all our mentors? Thank you for your time, for the the investments that you guys put into Daytopia in itself. Thank you very much for everything that you do for the Daytopia. Thank you very much. And the truth there is that both the mentors and the Daytopia team in itself. They do not take it for granted. We love you guys and we do appreciate you guys. Thank you very, very, very much, guys. Okay. Mr. Daytopia, do you have anything you want to say before the presentation of the results?
Yes, thank you very much. Today, it's a good day. We have been able to conclude the Daytopia University tournament, which I've personally really enjoyed. It brought a different vibe to the regular Daytopia competition. With the fact that I could see that sometimes even when some teams didn't do so well, they didn't have to, the way this one was planned, they didn't have to compete every week. You didn't have to compete with all the university, all the participants. You only had to compete with one participant at a time, focus on that participant, get your 3 points, and go on to the next week. Rather than the Daytopia competition that you have all the performances of that week to compete against. So it kind of brought a new vibe, a different strategy angle to it, which is nice. It was also nice to see universities competing against students from different universities competing and trying to outperform one another, which is really lovely to see. I could see a lot of progress as well with with the participants, and I'm just excited about new things to come with Daytopia. So if you have just joined Daytopia, welcome, you're in the right place. And you can see the set of people that we have at Daytopia, competitive people, never relentless, never giving up, people. And I love the fact that you still brought a lot of energy to the final phase, regardless of the points that you've gathered over the last 3 phases, which is nice to see, right? So well done to everybody. I'll be announcing the final scores shortly, and then we'll be giving the best performing university as well for this competition something. But be rest assured that as long as you've completed this competition, you're also getting something, right? So we are all winners, like we always say. So I want to say congratulations. So before I just go on to announce, I want you, the participants, anyone, talk about what you've been able to achieve. How did you enjoy this the tournament? The highlights of the tournament. Let's hear from you guys as well. And you can compare it to, if you were in the Daytopia competition, you can compare it to Daytopia competition. And let's just hear from you. And then I'll come back to announce the scores. Thank you.
Okay, Greatness, you have your hands raised up. Please, if you want to talk, just raise your hand so I know.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Mr. Daytopia, Dr. Jumi, and all of the mentors. Well, this is actually my first time partaking in the Daytopia tournament, and I would say the last few weeks have been really, really challenging for me. For a very long time, I've not done anything of this sort that required me to do a whole lot of reading, almost especially the last 2 times. This week, I read a lot of material. I had to read the annual statement of NTM, which was almost 200 pages plus, and it helped me improve also in my speaking to public. Like, I just felt I've improved a whole lot, so many of my soft skills. And I think it's a really, really nice initiative, this Daytopia tournament. And I, for one, I'm personally grateful to the host and all of the sponsors. Thank you very much for this privilege. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greatness. Olu, Sheon, you had something you wanted to say.
Oh yeah, I also want to commend the old Daytopia mentors, Dr. Alujimoke and Mr. Daytopia himself. Like, you've been so amiable, and I actually learned a whole lot. First of all, I learned a whole lot about Nigeria's health industry. I didn't know it was that bad. Like I was just really disturbed seeing all those facts. Then I learned a lot of soft skills too, the presentation skills. In short, I won't lie, I've never done PowerPoint in my life, but not in my life, but like really focus on doing PowerPoint. But this Daytopia competition really helped me, and we're able to come up with at least better slides, so that I improved in that section. Then also teamwork, like it made me realize the importance of teamwork. Everyone has to work together to be able to make things to work smoothly. So it really helped me, and I would like to give a shout out to my Team Puta, Greatness, Miriam, and Oluke. Thank you guys so much for doing this with me. Thank you to Daytopia also, and our judges. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Seun. Thank you so much. Ismail, you have your hands raised.
Yes, ma. Thank to extend my appreciation to Daytopia at large. It was a nice journey. Seriously, it was a nice journey. Personally, I doesn't have any spirit or interest in finance. Totally different. But having a group of friends that will push you to do something beyond what you expect of yourself have really helped me in so many various ways. So they pushed me to take this banter, and I did. And I'm proud of the decision I made. I want to personally send appreciation to my friends that are here, and my teammates. I really, really respect you guys, really. And yeah, thank you very much. I learned a lot of things. I learned more than one or two. I learned a lot of things in the finance world. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Ismail. Babatunde, you have your hands raised.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So, yeah, so it's been quite an experience here. It's been quite an experience. The way we got in, like, I remember submitting our entry, like the essay entry, by 11:59. So I didn't even tell my teammates that. I didn't tell my teammates. I just picked them and I knew stuff about them. So I just wrote it. And I didn't know what to expect. So we got in and it was just like, wow, what are we doing to do next? So we got here and then like we had to start doing a whole lot of things different from what we're doing in our school, like our traditional, what we used to hear. So like it's been quite an experience, and I just like it's just been amazing. Like every from Wednesday we start thinking like, oh, Daytopia on Saturday, Daytopia on Saturday, Daytopia on Saturday. So like it's been amazing going up against people from other schools, like having to like stretch beyond what we do in school and just having to like do some stuff that we never done before. So it's just amazing. And the organizers, like you have the vibes, you have everything, like it's just very cool there. And I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Babatunde. All right. Antonia, you have your hands raised.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Like, I'm so happy I was at this tournament. This is my first time of being in such a place, competed, like being in a competition like this before. And I must say, I learned so much from my teammates, from others that presented. Like I learned so much collaboration, teamwork, synergy. I learned so much from Tijani, how pushy he was. I at some made everything, but then I realized I just have to keep pushing, because that's how it should be. And he took me, learned so much. I'm glad. I know that next year or whenever it's coming up again, I'm gonna do better than I did this time. Thank you, Daytopia.
Thank you, Antonia. Tijani, you had your hands raised.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Daytopia. The thing is, to be honest, I never saw this whole moment coming, and the most surprising and amazing part of it is me leading a team. I remember being in the last Daytopia presentation and still having a flash of the experience I had with my then team lead, and picking your last advice at the last minute of me just, making myself fixing myself into the situation and how productive your idea was really was then. It's still a memory that I would always live by. So I remembered when our team was first, when the whole team was first initiated, we had no team lead, and then emotion for a team leader was moved, and then all fingers were directly pointing at me. Even while I felt like rejecting the offer, I remember I told myself it's a responsibility that just one person had to take. So I had to just accept the whole thing like that, and thought what I could try. I thought of giving it a try, so I gave it a try. So we were into the competition, and I started remembering my previous vibes from Team ASAS. I could remember back then when Fatima and Mudito would tell me like I talk like a gentleman and stuff like that. So that alone really propelled me, and I had to work on my pitch. I saw Mr. Edwards commenting, I have fire in my mouth. Well, it's not really like the fire was coming from my mouth. Actually, I was forced to start spitting fire like a dragon. So so my previous teammate actually taught me how to pitch, and how to pitch using an item. So I think and that's actually from the Ethiopian. This particular moment as well, to leading a team and being forced to key myself into the schedule of my followers. It was really a challenging one for me. Started the competition as a team of 4 members, and eventually the organizers added one person for us, making it 5, and along the line one person dropped, making us 4, and then another challenge came up again, another person dropped. This whole thing were traumatizing. I was thinking of how I could go by it, but then I just had to stand assurance to my teammates, even when I know things were not fine within me. I just had to stand assurance to them not to worry about everything, that we could actually get this whole thing done. So every day I used to make sure their morals are high. Every day I used to tell them that, okay, once you go into the competition is more like a marketplace. Everyone is coming up with things you could find more interesting, more than yours, but just leave the judges to do their work. So don't feel intimidated by what anyone is doing. Just go in and give your best, and that's all. And I'm so surprised the competition has come, and it has left us with a whole lot of things to learn from. Personally, I really don't know how to make slides, and even up till now, I really don't know how to make slides. I won't deny that. And but Daytopia has exposed me to reasons why I should go and learn that. Though it's something that I've always wanted to learn, and when AFRICA strike, I really saw that as an opportunity for me, because I'm staying in a new environment and I really don't have friends around here. So it's always me for myself alone. So that's a plan for when I get to school. But I must confess, Daytopia as an organization, as a brand, is how should I call it? Should I call them a motivator? I should say it's a motivation. Like every week, every week you're always left to do. It's left for you to think of what you could do, because you are thinking of what you are going to do, and you are thinking of your opponent coming another way around. I'm thinking, okay, what would you do to be better than your opponent? Every time, this is not even you thinking without the box anymore. You are thinking like a box never existed. That has been very, very challenging, but to be honest, that has really contributed to my personal development. To everyone who I've met here, to my opponents, friends that I've made from this platform, to my mentors in school, I won't forget to say that everyone at CIS, they've been a very solid backbone to me. Habib, Lukman, Ibrahim, and everyone even those that I can mention, they've been a very solid backbone to me. The judges on this platform as well too. While we were preparing our presentation, I knew Mr. Ridwan to be a banker, and I was scared of him coming with questions that would tend to be that would pose a kind of difficulty. So we're trying to just walk around in order for us to evade any kind of criticisms that we would be coming up with. And seriously, it wasn't really an easy one. But then the thing is, we were motivated, and I'm so happy about that. So all my teammates as well too, for making the whole leadership thing very easy for me, and for being for their compliance, because there can't be leadership without followers. So they've been amazing, and I really want to appreciate them. I want to appreciate everyone at Daytopia. I so much appreciate. I so much appreciate this opportunity. Thank you very much, and I look forward to more greatness in Daytopia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tijani. Modupe, you have your hands up.
Yes, ma'am. I want to say thank you very much to Daytopia for this opportunity to explore our skills, most especially the soft skill aspect. It was really, really great. And I would love to talk about what Tijani said, like remembering Fatima from Team ASAS. That was during the last challenge. Fatima, actually, she was a very, very great leader. And I would even say part of the skills I learned back then actually helped me during this current presentation. But overall, I would love to say thank you to my team for making this phase and previous phases go smoothly. And overall, thanks to Daytopia for this opportunity. It's really a great one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Modupe. Uche, you have your hands up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I first want to appreciate Dr. Daytopia and Mr. Daytopia and then Dr. Jumi, everybody, and then the mentors and even the judges, especially Mr. Ridwan. In fact, Mr. Ridwan, anytime he gives his feedback or his recommendations about something, it really makes us go back as a team in Uni Abuja, and then we just try to strategize, and then we just think of how to actually always we always try to just look for how to always just beat the margin, because it sets the margin in a way that, in fact, you definitely know that you need to work. In fact, when we did this our analysis on Seplat, we're all high-fiving each other that yes, this. In fact, when Mr. Aruna started giving us his feedback, it was really eye-opening, and then he really taught us quite a lot. And then I just want to appreciate every member of the team, from Christopher to Pelumi, that's an amazing team leader. In fact, I like to step back and just observe things. I don't like to really be the foe, but Pelumi has to actually ensure that each member of the team actually lead the team every week. It was a rotational leadership thing, and then she had to push me out. I always like to just stay at the back and just observe, and then I just go with the crowd. Like, okay, yeah. But she made me come out and then just contribute meaningful contributions, and then even the Daytopia event, I didn't even know that I could actually argue, because even the debate, I was surprised I was arguing. But I actually like to just, anything you say, I'll just say, okay, no problem. But then when she said I would take the banter, and then I just had to look, okay. In fact, the event, the tournament itself has really helped me build a lot of soft skills, and then helped me work on myself, helped me acquire new skills, and then hone existing skills. And then I just want to appreciate Daytopia as a whole. And then to Mr. Ridwan, I really say a big thank you to you, sir, because you have taught me, like your comments and contribution has taught me a few things, and then I really say thank you, sir. And then thank you to Daytopia as well.
Thank you very much, Uche. Thank you so much for everything you've said. Okay, guys, thank you so much. So I've been told that we're having a bit of surprises coming in from the what is it called? The standing of the teams. But I'm going to leave that to Mr. Daytopia to let us know what we're going to do, what will be the next course of action. Like I said, put in your efforts all through, because you don't know what might happen, and that's it. And that's just what happened on the board. You don't know what might happen. All right, so great job, guys. Great job, guys. Okay, so before we call on Mr. Daytopia, I'm just going to call on our founding member mentees, Abib, Lukman, if they've got anything they want to say to the teams that just presented, or they just have any general feedback they just want to say before we announce the scores.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for the opportunity, Dr. Jumi, and thanks so much to all the mentors and the participants in this competition. You've all done well, and I really enjoy every presentation session I attend. In fact, I'm thinking of something in my head, but I'll need to have discussion with some set of people to also come up with surprise for all the participating members will be interested, because I'm very, very impressed, especially with this final presentation. And a tip of advice for all of you is just you should continue from here. Do not stop. Always embrace the opportunity to lead, the opportunity to collaborate with others. That teamwork, that collaboration aspect of it will speak volume for you anywhere. And once again, thanks so much to Mr. Daytopia for bringing this opportunity. It felt like yesterday when I entered his DM on LinkedIn that I need a mentor, and the first thing he did was to laugh, and he said, "Funny enough, I'm also thinking of coming up with a mentorship program in Nigeria." And I'm happy to say that I'm the first mentor mentee of Daytopia in Nigeria, and I'm super proud of that. And just like I'm super proud of everyone who is a mentee and a mentor today. So congratulations to everyone, and good luck in our future endeavor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lukman. And the good thing about Daytopia is that you don't stay as a mentee, or you don't stay as a mentee. Lukman can testify to this. Lukman was privileged to be part of the judges, and that's because we had to invite some of the groundbreakers that are particularly good in a particular field, for them to come in and also give their feedback and their judges as well. So the good thing about Daytopia is that you don't remain a mentee there's chances for you to progress and go up as well, and also impact on other people, because you're going to have other people that would still come, and you're going to be a mentor to them as well. So great job, guys. Okay, do we have any final feedback, remarks from anyone? Quick. All right, the absence of none.
Can I go?
All right. Yes, you can.
I've been silent for so long. Sorry. Well done, Daytopia. Dr. Jumi, you've been so amazing. Dr. Yusuf, well done. Mr. Ribbon, the industry guru, well done, sir. I really appreciate the opportunity, the effort, and everything everyone had put into this. It's been an amazing 4 weeks, even though I was not privileged to be here for the first 2 weeks. Reason known to the organizers. All right, I've enjoyed myself for the past 2 weeks, and I want to encourage every mentee here not to let this just be a one-off. Let it continue. While studying in your various university, take the extra leap, take the extra step, more than what your lecturer will give you. By now, I believe you know what it means to do an analysis and to compare two companies, which is not very common in our Nigerian curriculum, to justify things, to give empirical evidence or supporting evidence or whatever. So go the extra mile. Don't make this a one-off. Just make sure that what you have learned in Daytopia remain an everyday thing that you do every day of your life, not about it's just a competition one-off. And don't forget, this is not about the winning. What you have won is more than, or what you will win is more than whatever financial compensation you will get. So all the soft skills, all the whatever you have taken in, please soak them all in and make it a lifestyle. Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Jimmy and Dr. Yusuf, for giving me the opportunity to share my views. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adetayo. You're always you are one backbone that Daytopia has got, and anytime we call on you, you're always here. The truth about Daytopia is that our mentors are completely volunteering. They don't get paid for what they do. They spend their time, their data to come and sit down here to watch you guys win prizes. So and I just want to appreciate you guys. Like, from the depth of my heart, I just want to appreciate you guys. We call on them for settlement if there is issues within the team, and they need to come in to help us. We call on them if there's a need for one-to-one mentoring as well. So yes, our mentors are really thumbs up to you guys. Like great, good. Like you guys are the best. Yeah, the best. Ridwan, you wanted to say something.
Oh yes, 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 yes. Well done to everybody. Woo! You guys need to give yourself, a round of applause. You guys have done very, very well. I'm really impressed. I was saying that when I was an undergraduate, I'm not sure I would have done what you guys have done because these guys are smoking hot. I don't know where you people are from, but I have to say, I enjoyed the experience. I enjoyed, and I learned from the presentation as well. So even though I have to give my feedback, but I've learned from the presentation today. For example, I just found out today that Glo had more subscribers than Airtel. I used to think Airtel had more subscribers, but from this presentation today, I have to. Then I went to check on Google to confirm that statistic. Then I found out that truly Glo had more subscribers than Airtel. Why I don't know, but so the point is that I learned from the presentation today, and you guys did a very good job. I love your slides. Some people have some amazing slides. That I don't know where those slides came from. So some lovely slides, some lovely presentations, and then we guys do some very good research as well. So you've impressed me, and I just want you guys to take all the learnings from this competition and then apply them in your personal and professional life. So don't stop here. Keep developing yourself. If you know your presentation skills are not top notch, go and continue practicing. If you need to learn how to do your proper research, financial analysis, whatever you need to do, please don't stop here. Go and continue to excel in your various skills. So it's been a privilege being here. Thank you, Dr. Jumi, Dr. Yusuf. You guys, I'm happy to be here. And sometimes when I give my comment, it's not because I don't appreciate what you guys have done, or I don't want you guys to be the best. You need to be the best of yourself. That's the way I see myself. I can't be in a competition and I will not do well. I I cannot, even if I will not be first, but I'll keep in all my best just to make sure that I do very well. You will see my effort, you will see what I have done. So it's the same energy I like to pass to you guys so that you just so that there's no room for mediocrity. You cannot go out there to the world and be mediocre. No, you got to be the best at whatever you do. Let people know that there is someone that came here and then performed and gave their best. So that's why I like to push you guys, push you, push you, push you, so that you can be a better version of yourself. If you go out to the world and you become great people in life, it's your credit and not my credit. If you become, CEO, whatever, it's your credit, not my credit. But I need you to push yourself, get to wherever you need to be. So don't think, oh, I'm an undergraduate, I have time. No, you don't have time. The world is not the world is not fair to you. So you've got to be at the best at every point in time. So that's why I want you guys to go continue and then be the best that you could be. When I today I was thinking about it that let's see how the competition will go. So I was thinking of giving one person a prize, for the best presenter based on my own criteria. But after this session, I think I have to include it to three. I've been really impressed, and I'll give out three prizes too after the people I give their prizes. So well done to all of you. We look forward to the next competition. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much. I was going to say that one of the mentees said, "Oh, Mr. Ridwan is always complaining about my enunciation. It's my accent." But then I told the person that your accent is different from your enunciation. It's in the way you pronounce your words, and it's not just Mr. Ridwan that gets offended when you don't use the right words. It's also everyone on the team. If you look at some of the chats that they have on the mentors chat, you would realize that many of them complain about bad referencing, they complain about wrong pronunciation of words. So it's okay if you are just talking just the way I'm talking now and then you make mistakes. No one will pick on that. But when you are presenting, it's something you're expected to have rehearsed. It's something that you're expected to have perfected to an extent. So some of the words that you're not sure about, it's good for you to find out. See, one thing about me is that you always see me, I'll go back to Dewale. Dewale, am I pronouncing these words right? Is this the right way to pronounce it? And I remember that you always like make fun of me, especially when some words I don't know, for some reason I just can't pronounce them. And it's okay. We all have different weaknesses and different strengths. But the good thing is that you are able to accept that I have these weaknesses. I can't pronounce some words, and then you ask for help in it. It's not nice when you come, when the whole team is presenting really good, and then you just let the team down by your pronunciation. This is not something that you should be doing, or this is something that you should perfect going onwards, when you're presenting outside, when you're talking to people. Nigeria is now a global village where we have a lot of international, businesses in Nigeria, and it's good when we are able to learn to pronounce stuff in the right way. All right, so enough of the suspense. I know everybody wants to hear the score. I'm just going to pass the mic over to Mr. Daytopia now.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to say well done once again. It was a really good final phase. So I'll be announcing the scores now. So for the first one, so we don't waste too much time. Let me see if I can share my screen. One second. All right, it's not letting me share. Okay. Anyway, for the first team that presented, we had Futmina and University of Lokoja. And for that round, congratulations to University of Lokoja for getting the 3 points. They won that round. The next round, we had Unsuka Beta versus OAU. And I want to say congratulations to OAU for being the better team for that round. Well done. Next, we have, for the third round, we have UI Alpha versus Futa. And I want to say again, congratulations to Futa for being the better performer in that round. Next one, UI Beta versus Uni Abuja. And again, I want to say, since there was no draw in this phase at all, so there was no draw at all, I want to say congratulations, and we go on to the next one, which is Abu versus Unsuka. Oh, I didn't mention. So UI Beta versus Uni Abuja. I want to say congratulations.
Why the suspense? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to these people? Come on.
I want to say congratulations to Uni Abuja for winning that round. Well done, Abuja. And Abu versus Unsuka Alpha. That was the last one, wasn't it? So I want to say congratulations to Abu for winning that round. And this is how the table looks now. You guys have made it really competitive. That the table looks like this now. The table looks like this now. Can you see my screen, guys?
Yes, but it would be nice if you can make it full screen.
Okay. Is it better?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, so University of Ibadan, so we have joint first, joint second, and we have third. University of Ibadan Beta taking home the 9 points. Futa, yes! Futa joined first, taking 9 points as well. Congratulations. Uni Abuja, the growth was good. they came to the third and they stayed there with 8 points. Abu as well joined second. We have 8 points. Federal University of Lokoja, 7 points. We have Unsuka Beta, 4, with ending the tournament with 4 points. Same as Unsuka Alpha, 4 points. Futmina with 3 points, and University of Ibadan 3 points, as well as OAU, who got their first win of the tournament in the phase 4, and then they have 3 points as well. So you guys have really made this so competitive that now we have to restructure the compensation to take in cognizance of what has happened in the standing. So we have 2 number ones, 2 number twos, and we have the third. We would have suggested to go to continue the competition, but unfortunately, it is okay to stop now and just have the final score now. We would also like to give the best performing university. This, you've made it really tight as well, because the best performing university should be the university that has no losses and has the highest points. So unfortunately, University of Ibadan has the highest points, but they lost today. So the only team that did not lose at all in the competition was Uni Abuja and Abu. So we have a joint best performing university again with Uni Abuja and Abu. So I want to say congratulations to both unis for being our best performing universities for the tournament with no losses. And the final one is a special recognition, which is for the
Sorry,
impact.
sorry.
Yeah.
I beg to differ, because ABU, the first score was not because they actually had the tie. It was because there was malpractices in their score. So the best performing university would be Uni Abuja.
Okay, so but they didn't lose, but just because they had the malpractice, you are correct. So we'll just give it to Uni Abuja then. So congratulations to Uni Abuja. And we have the special recognition, which is to Okiki Jesu for what he has done with the competition, for the extracurricular activities that he has put into the competition as well, to the tournament as well. So congratulations to Okiki Jesu as well. So I want to say a big congratulations to all of you guys. Well done. And you've made it really tight and really competitive. This is what I love to see, right? Up until the final end, we didn't even know who was going to be second or third. And I just want to say well done to everybody for all the effort and hard work. Well done, guys.
Okay, guys, please don't attack me. I just felt like it was unfair for us to give a team that was actually caught doing malpractices at the beginning. Like, come on, let's be real with each other. Yeah, they fell short of that, and it's not fair for us to award them the best when they have actually had one malpractices. So yes, I'm not village people. I'm just stating the obvious. Congratulations, however, to everyone. Can I please just again especially recognize Okiki Jesun, who is the general team leader for this competition. He has been a great help, and he has done greatly for everyone on the team. Always getting feedbacks, asking questions, getting back to the team, sending messages as well to the team. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. And to be honest, I feel like Uni Abuja actually deserves to be the best university. And that's because, honestly, they've had wonderful slides, wonderful slides, wonderful slides, wonderful presentation. Their last competition with Federal University of Lokoja was a tie. it wasn't that they were not good. It was just because they were two great people. All right, Ridwan, you wanted to say something?
Yes, Dr. Jim, are you done with the whole award and presentation?
Oh yeah, yes, we're done. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, so, following the competition, I mean, like I said, I was going to give about 2 or 3 people prizes today, and it's based on today's performance when they are not for, because I didn't join the first 2 weeks, so it's just based on what I saw today. So for me, I would like to recognize 2 people individually for their presentation today. It was really tough, but like I said, I just wanted one person, but now they made it tough for me. So I would like to recognize Modupe and Tijani for their presentation today. Both of them were very good. I don't know who will coordinate it. Maybe Mr. Daytopia will coordinate it. I can send you the prize and I can give it to them. And then one for the best performing team, which is the local job team. They performed the best to me today. So I'd like to give them something like that. So I'll send all that to Dr. Daytopia who will get back to the team. So well done, guys, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ridwan, and congratulations to Tijani, Modupe, and Federal University of Lokoja. Great performance from you guys, from you all today. Great performance. Okay, so Modupe, you wanted to say something? Yes, you can go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, I want to say something. Thank you very much, Dr. Ridwan. I really appreciate what you just did, really. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Modupe. You guys had a great presentation. All right, and this is just to all the teams. All, like I said earlier, all of you are winners. Great job, guys. So we're going to, I think Mr. Daytopia still wants to talk about how the prizes are going to be allocated, or is it a different meeting between the teams that have won?
Oh yeah, we'll communicate with the teams that have won.
Okay, all right. So now we know that the first team, we've got 2 teams leading, being the first. We've got 2 teams being the second, and we've got the third prize winner as well. Congratulations to you all. So we would communicate with those teams. We'll probably have a different meeting with them to strategize how we're going to share the prize money. All right. Any final notes before we end today's meeting?
When are we having another competition? Competition this time around.
Yeah. So we're working on incorporating more of science students into the whole thing. Like we've had some students complain that it's more of finance presentation and more of business, and the sciences students have got less to do when it comes to Daytopia presentation. So we are trying to find a competition that is just going to be specially for them, and yes, and they can challenge the finance people as well. Yeah, but that's not now. We would communicate that as well. So, but thank you very much, mentors. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There's somebody I want to also recognize just based on today's presentation, and that is Ayola. Ayola's presentation today, personally for me, was really good. And that was just because this is nothing with their team presentation. It was just because he honed this presentation, and his presentation was very much engaging. So I don't know if Ayola is on this call. If you are on this call, you can contact me later. And yeah, I just want to treat him to lunch. Lunch on me, whichever lunch you want, whether Sunday lunch or Monday lunch. If the team leader for Ayola is here, ask him to send me a message to contact me. All right, guys. Oh, you are here. All right. Just ask. Tell Ayola to contact me, and we'll talk about his lunch money. All right, guys. Great job, guys. Mr. Daytopia, any Israel, don't worry, you know me and you now. Thank you very much.